That better? Did that work? Okay. I'm really back now. I was literally just saying how rusty I am at some of this stuff. After a month of, no live streams. And yeah, couldn't even figure out how to get the audio working. So now I am back. Hopefully you can hear me. Please let me know if there are any more issues with the stream. I'm hoping, let's see, let me double check oh, you know what? I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. Let me switch my Wi-Fi. Might blip out for a second. Okay, hopefully we're good. Okay, hopefully we're good. All right. Hey, Burso, Hawk Gaming, Zonde, Alex, Ian Godwin, Caveman, Gatlixy, Anthony Wood, Darren, and Joseph Matola, and everybody else who joins after that. I will try to shout you out. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Just so you know, if you didn't know, maybe you're new to the channel or you just didn't hear. The reason I took the last month off from live streaming was because I injured my back. And it's been a problem. It's been tricky. Ooh, Alex. He's back. Everyone be sure to like this stream and support that spine. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, so I injured my back and it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was really, I don't know how to describe it exactly emotionally, but it was kind of scary. It's kind of scary how much restriction I had and how much pain I had. That being said, we're on a really good course of treatment right now. We haven't figured it all out. We're not 100% home. I've got an MRI set up for a couple of days from now. So we're going to get a really good view at the back and figure out if there is something specific that's going on that is, needs to be corrected surgically or with more therapy or with a different treatment than what we're using. But I would say I'm about 65%. That's where I would say I feel like I am. And I can work for a few hours a day now at a time. I can do like 2 or 3 hours at a time, usually, sometimes 4 hours at a time. Then I take a break. I ice my back. I do some stretches, my exercises. I can come back to another maybe 2 or 3 hours. That's about it. So I can't really quite get a full day in, but I'm getting closer to that. I just have to take it slow, So that's sort of where I am. Now, normally these live streams run 4 to 6 hours. I'm not going to go really over the 4-hour mark today. I'm going to try to keep it more towards the 3 to 4 hour range. So just be aware that the takeovers may be a little bit shorter. If I can manage it, they'll be a little bit shorter today than they might be otherwise. So I'm shooting for like maybe two 90-minute takeovers. That would be the goal. Also be aware I am a little rusty. So if you happen to win a takeover today, I hope it's a good one. But you have been warned. Full disclaimer, I'm a little bit rusty. Haven't done it in a month, but it's not like I forgot about Raid. All right. So that's what's going on. Yeah, we got a bunch of people in the house. Awesome. Great. Rico says, welcome back, Colred. Seems like there were some minor stream issues getting back in the saddle, but yeah. So there's technical glitches. The internet crashed. The whole internet went down. It was your fault. It was your fault. It was on your end. Your Wi-Fi is bad or something. I don't know. I'm rusty. And I didn't even think about my audio. I didn't check my audio. So I had to stop the stream and start it again. Takeovers while I'm riding a horse. That's something new. Yeah, Hammerhawk. Back in the saddle. All right. So, let's jump on my account real quickly. And I'll just catch you up to speed, bring you up to speed on what's been going on with me in terms of Raid. There we go. I can do these things. All right, so as you may or may not know, based on my last shard pull video, I hit Odin during the 2 times Void Shard event that happened this weekend. So that was exciting. It was incredibly exciting. I have to say, like, I have now, if I'm going to show you something, this is something maybe some of you will be interested in, especially if you're a free to play player. Like, what does this mean? You know, like people talk about content creator luck, and like, I don't think there's such a thing, but I know that people talk about it. So let's look at all of the Void legendaries on my account. So these are all of the Void legendaries. I now have 19 of them. I have 19 Void legendaries. For the first 2 years of my account, I pulled maybe 3 from shards in the first 2 years of my account. No, maybe 4. Something like 4. And then it's, you know, it picked up. It starts to, you get more void shards as you progress. So you get to the point, and they've actually added a few more sources of void shards over the years that they didn't, you know, always, like they put more of them in events and stuff, or at least I notice it more than I used to. So if you look at my void legendaries, I have 10 of them built. Supreme Elhain is just built. Hang on just a second. I gotta check them. Got a text from my wife. Always gotta pick those up. Okay. I think that's fine. So I've got 10 of them built. I built Supreme Elhain kind of out of desperation. I was doing a champion training, and I needed a 6-star somebody. And I didn't want a 6-star. At the time, I was kind of like, I wanted a 6-star somebody around Arena. And I was like, Supreme Elhain is pretty solid for Arena. I don't really have a huge need for her. So like, I probably shouldn't have wasted the 6-star on her. Not that she's bad, but for my roster, she's not super helpful. But anyway, I've got 10 Void legendaries who are built. Now, if we look at those 10, Supreme Elhain was a fusion. Tormund was a special event where I got him for free, right? Lydia is a reward. Vizix is a reward. Arbiter is a reward. Yakarl is a reward. Emic was a fusion. And Mithrala is a reward. So 8 of my 10 Void Legos that I've built did not come from shards. Now I'm 3.5 years into the game. So I have pulled and built exactly 2 Void Legendaries. Cardiel, who was the first Void Legendary I ever pulled from a shard like 4 months in. I recognize that was extremely lucky. But since that moment, I have not been lucky with Void Shards until today. Like until this weekend with Odin. Hey ho T, welcome to the Barbarians. The Horde grows. That's awesome. We got a new member. I always enjoy that. I like hearing that little chime too. That's fun. Let me change my screen size a little bit here so I can actually read chat while we go. So it's gonna look weird for a second. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so it was more than 3 years in between really good Void Shard pulls for me. Now that being said, I have pulled some other Void like champions, Void legendaries from shards. So I pulled Tamesia, I pulled Raglan, I pulled Little Miss Annie, and I pulled Sir Nicholas, and then I pulled dupes of Arbiter, Supreme Elhain, and I just pulled the dupe of Tormund the Cold. So on this shard pull, I pulled 2 Void legendaries, which has never happened. So I went from 8 to 10 from shards. And, you know, as you can see, I have 3 dupes. I don't need Sir Nicholas. Little Miss Annie was pre-buff. I don't think even post-buff she's that good. Raglan is okay. She's a very good single-target reviver, but not particularly valuable for my account. And so out of the shards that I pulled, I built Cardiel, and I actually built Alil. And again, I built Alil at one point because I thought he was going to be really, really good. I thought he did something that he didn't do. This was early on, not early on in my account, but like maybe right at the beginning of my streaming career or my content creation career. And then he kind of sat there for a while because he didn't do what I thought he was going to do. And then I realized he actually is good. And then I started using him in arena and stuff like that. I'm like, oh yeah. So I use him primarily for arena, live arena, 3v3 arena. He doesn't get a lot of usage. He's really niche, but in that niche, he's really good because he's one of the few champions in the game that ignores Stone Skin. He might have been the first champion in the game that ignored Stone Skin. So that's why I built him. Yeah, so 19 Void Legos, 10 from shards, 3 that I've built out of those 10 that I've pulled from shards, which feels not awesome, right? Now, granted, had I pulled Tormund from a shard before I like got him for free, I would have built him. Like, he's worth a 6-star. I just got a dupe. Same thing with like Sir Nicholas. Like, if I had needed him, you know, at some point, I would have built him. I might build him anyway at some point just because he's kind of cool and fun. And it's always good to have him. But yeah. Yeah, B Jones, I wouldn't mind if Alil got a buff. I do think his damage numbers are a little bit underwhelming. He could use some increase into damage. I think his kit is really cool. I don't think his kit needs to be changed. I just think they need to bring his damage up like 7-8%, maybe 10%, and then, you know, he is a Void Legendary. Like, he should be, like, he's nowhere near Georgid, right? Like, Georgid ignores, he's a Void Lego who ignores Stone Skin. And Alil does, there's probably a 25% gap in damage between Alil and Georgid. So I would like to see him buffed at least, you know, like I said, 7, 8, 10%. Something like that would be nice. If they went a little bit further with him and did like a 12 to 15% damage buff, I think that would be awesome. But I'm not sure that that'll happen. We'll have to see. They are buffing champions now, so maybe they will. Maybe they'll come around to Alil and say, this guy's underwhelming and he doesn't get used enough, and we want to up it a little bit. I wouldn't mind that. Tumisha is a solid pull. I did not need her when I got her. I already had Artak and Sissia Flametongue built. I had basically most of my damage. She's an AoE HP burner. She's not an activator. She does have a stun. She's got some really good damage. She's got decreased defense on her A1. So like, yeah, she's got a great kit. She's a very good champion. I would argue maybe she's better than Alil, right? Like, but she doesn't fill that niche. She has a different niche, and that niche in my account was already filled. Same with Supreme Elhain. Like, she hits extremely hard, and she ignores ally protection, strengthen, and shield, but she doesn't ignore Stone Skin. So, you know, so it's been a mixed bag when it comes to Void Legos. So I was very excited to pull Odin. And as you can see, I'm working on his masteries right now, running him up, and we'll get him built. And I don't know what I'm going to use him for. I have no idea what to use him for. But I do know I want to use him. And I know that this A3 is incredibly hard hitting. It's one of the hardest hitting skills in the entire game. And so that's cool. Plus, he's got, you know, the block damage passive and the buff strip and all the stun and the decreased defense. So I know that I'm going to use him in PvP at least some of the time. I'll use him in 3v3. I might toss him into live arena. Like, that's a definite. Probably use him in Siege. But I don't know what kind of compositions I'm going to build around him. And I also don't know where in PvE he shines, you know? So, like, I haven't done as much research recently just because I've been kind of out of commission. So, am I in the CC group? I'm not part of the content creator program, if that's what you're asking. No, and that's not likely to happen probably ever. I will probably never be part of the content creator program. At this point, I've kind of given up on it, and that's okay. Like, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to stress about it. You know, like, I've applied 4 times. They haven't even replied back to me. They haven't said yes or no. They haven't even been like, yeah, we really don't, you know, like, we don't like your content, or we don't like you, or whatever. They're like, no, thank you, but no, thank you. They haven't even said any of that. And I very specifically know that at least a half a dozen creators who are in the program have reached out to the liaisons, the community liaisons from Plarium, and said Cole Red would be a great addition to the content creator program. I know that Boozer just did it recently. He happened to do it a couple of weeks ago. I know that YST did it a long time ago. I know that, I believe Deadwood Jedi did it a while ago. Probably MTG Jedi. Like, a lot of the guys have said, like, you know, we'll talk to them. And Like, I don't have all the receipts, but I know at least a half a dozen content creators who have actively come to me and said, yeah, I'll put in a word for you. So they know who I am. They know that I exist. They know that I've applied, and they have declined to acknowledge my existence in any way, shape, or form for 15 months now. So yeah, I'm over it. I'm past it. It's honestly, it wouldn't help my channel significantly. The one thing that it would do for me, I think, honestly, is it would give me resources that would help me make videos for you a little bit easier. Because that video I made on Thor like 2 weeks ago, I made a video on Thor about like how good he is and using him in hard mode spider and stuff like that. It was all around that spider tournament. That video cost me like 110 million silver, maybe like 600 or 700 energy, probably 2,000 gems. Yeah, that was one of the most expensive, like resource intensive videos I've ever done. And it wasn't like because it had to be. It's just because sometimes things don't go according to plan. So like I encountered difficulties along the way there, some of which were related to like mistakes I made, some of which were related to like just RNG and stuff. And so yeah, that's just the reality of it. And even when a video goes well, I could spend, 30, 40, 50 million silver. A regular dungeon video might cost me anywhere from, say, 300 to 500 energy. And it's not that I don't get some of the rewards from that. Like if I run a dungeon with 500 energy, I get the silver and the drops and stuff. But often I'm running content that isn't useful to me, So the one thing that I miss from the content creator program is the access to those free rewards. And then the second thing is the test server. I would love to get on the test server because I think having, free to play players on the test server would actually generate more creative solutions for the community. When you have spenders only, I mean, there are a few free to play content creators on the test server, but when you have the vast majority of those people being spenders, they look at the game differently than free to play players do. And I'm not saying they're wrong and we're right or they're bad and we're good. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that they have a different perspective. And as a result, I think we would benefit from having multiple perspectives coming out of that test server. I think we would just generate some cool solutions that other people don't think of as solutions because they don't need to. And free to play players need to be a little bit more nimble to figure out solutions. B. Jones, welcome to Shadowkin. Okay, wait. What just happened? What just happened? Hey ho, D, join the Barbarians. B. Jones, welcome to Shadowkin. Thank you so much for joining. Usually, so if you don't know, when somebody joins the Barbarians, we consider it like the Barbarian Horde, so the Horde grows. When you join the Shadowkin, we don't have a particular saying for it, other than thank you for joining, Call Red Plays. Like, thanks for becoming a member of the Shadowkin. So if you have a suggestion on what we should say when somebody joins the Shadowkin, the shadow grows deeper. Like the Horde grows, the shadow grows deeper. I don't know, like, let me know what you think we should do for members who join the Shadowkin tier of membership. That would be fun. You just disappeared. Ash said it was a crime I wasn't in. That's nice to hear. I didn't see that. Yeah, but Ash is a great guy, so I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he would say something like that. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of people over time who have said, I know Mad Capper said it. I mean, he actually put it in a video I saw, like he was like, hey, Player this guy's really good. Put him in the CC program. I think Nub said it. At one point. I remember seeing a couple of videos within about a week span where at least two content creators said, get Saf and Colred in the program. And now Saf and I are not in the program for different reasons. Like the reason we're not in, each of us, is a different reason. My reason is because they don't like me. Maybe not. I have no idea what my reason is. Like, we don't actually know why I'm not in the program. The reason Saf is not in the program is because they've told him he's not eligible because his channel technically doesn't belong to him. He's part of the HH Gaming Network, and Hell Hades is already in the program. And so Plarium has this weird policy, and they're like, yeah, you'd be like double dipping or something, which is not logical. It's a different channel. Like, there's Hell Hades, and then there's HH Gaming. Who cares what the name of your channel is? Like, if I named my channel, I don't know, like, Hell Hades, is my hero or something. Like, if I just named my channel that, it has Hell Hades in the title, but I'm clearly a different person, and it's clearly a different channel. So why would I be disqualified for? I don't understand it. And does it matter that Saf's an employee of HH Gaming? Like, why should that matter? I don't understand the decision. He should be in the program. It's absurd to me that he's not. I, on the other hand, I kind of understand why they don't want me in their program if that's the case. If that's the case. But who knows? Okay. Well, we appreciate you, sir. Thanks, Alex. Thanks to everybody. Do I meet the requirements? Yes. You need 3,000 subscribers to qualify, and you need to make something like 50 videos a year. Like, there is actually a video requirement. It may be that like you just had to make 50 videos in the last 365 days or something. The requirements are actually not crazy. And in my first year, I made something like 250 videos plus maybe like 80 live streams or something like that. So I more than qualify. I would actually qualify for their highest tier of the program. But yeah, they just, whatever. They don't want me there. Okay, so yeah, so my account's going pretty well. I did, in fact, end up skipping the fusion. So what happened with the fusion is I originally planned to do it, and I started to do the fusion. Let me see the fragments. I started to do the fusion as if I were going for it. I did like the first 4 events or something. And then we had kind of a crazy week at home with the baby and my wife and myself. We all got sick. And there was some other stuff going on. And I was just like, you know what? I can't stay up to 3 a.m. Like, I need my sleep. I need my rest. I need to have energy for the baby and stuff like that. And so I just bailed out. So since that point, I've probably picked up 5 or 10 fragments just by playing the game, but I'm not actually going for Jeroboam anymore, which is too bad because I think he'll be really fun. I'm actually kind of bummed about not going for this fusion. That being said, I don't think he's like super, super high value, but I think he is going to be really fun, especially in Hydra. And he could potentially be like the key to a third really good Hydra team for me. I have 2 very good teams and like a third kind of good team. So it wouldn't be bad for me to get like a third really good team. And when I say really good, I don't mean like billions of damage, but I can do over 200 million damage on brutal consistently full auto, which for me feels really good. But yeah, so I'll use I'll use his fragments to pull mod, chests when the fusion's done. So I'll probably try to pick up a few more fragments. I'll maybe get like 50, 55, 60 fragments if I can. But yeah, so that's happening. And otherwise, my 3v3 arena, I've been knocked all the way down to silver 1. I have been demoted from gold 1 to silver 1 in the minimum number of weeks. I've been demoted every week for like the last several weeks because life is crazy. Yeah. So that's it. That's a quick catch up on my account. Let's go ahead and talk about takeovers. Let me fix my camera. We probably have some new viewers who haven't done one of these before. So I'm just going to walk through it. So for those of you who are veterans of the channel, longtime viewers, maybe you want to go get a cup of coffee. But okay, so the way that this works is you have to be a member of my Discord community. So there is a link in the description of this live stream to my Discord an invitation. You can just join the Discord right now if you are not already a member. Once you get into my Discord, all you have to do is scroll down until you find the area called the Coaching Corner. There are several channels in the Coaching Corner, one of which is the Wheel of Takeover. Now, there is currently a message in there, but I'm going to go ahead and delete all of the reactions. You can see everybody is... wait a second. That's not what I'm trying to... Everybody has reacted there, but I'm gonna eliminate all the reactions. Remove all reactions. There we go. So all you have to do is go to that channel right now, the Wheel of Takeover channel, and react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. That's all, literally all you have to do. You can react 50 times if you like, or one time. You're only ever entered once. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin the wheel in about 5 minutes. And that will be our first, whoever the wheel picks, that will be our first winner. You can win one takeover every 90 days. So if you have won in the last 90 days, you're disqualified. So please don't enter if you've won in the last 90 days, if you've known you've won in the last 90 days. By the way, if you don't know if it was in the last 90 days, just check your DMs with me, and there'll be a date there that will show you when we last talked. And chances are you can find when we talked about your takeover, and you can find the exact date of your takeover. Now, if you do win, what I'd like you to do, first of all, is I'm going to shoot you a DM. I want you to respond with your login information for your account. I need your email address and your password for your account. If you have two-factor authentication, I will prompt you for the code when I get to that screen. If you do not have two-factor authentication on right now, please don't add it like in the next few minutes, because it takes a couple of hours to actually like properly process, and you'll be locked out, so you won't be able to get your takeover. Yeah, now I'm going to give you a couple of new roles in my Discord community. You can use those roles to join the channel called the Coaching Voice. That's the voice channel in Discord where I'm hanging out right now. And I want you to join that channel and then mute the stream. And the reason I want you to do that is because there's like a 10 or 15 second delay on the live stream, and I want you to be able to hear me in real time. You won't be able to use your microphone, like you can't talk in the channel with me, and that's just because we did that in the past and it was more chaotic. However, we'll communicate via DMs. I'll talk to you. You can DM me back. Let me know what kind of account takeover you're hoping for today. Basically, everything is available except for gear cleanses. I'm not doing gear cleanses today. I'm not up for that. That's a whole level of stress I just don't want to deal with today. So anything else, if you want a clan boss takeover, or you want some arena help, you want to work on faction crypts, you want to work on a Phantom Shogun team, or a Hydra team, or a hard mode dungeon, you just want advice on who to 6-star next, or you want to rebuild champions, I do all of those things with varying degrees of skill. You know, like I'm generally pretty good at arena. Like that's one of the areas I feel really comfortable with, and I'm okay at Hydra. You know, like I'm decent at Hydra, but I'm not like Nubkex at Hydra. Like that, he's the expert at that. So I'm more than willing to dive into it with you, talk it through, plan a team, try it out, all that stuff. But just realize, you know, I have my strengths and weaknesses just like every player. That being said, I feel pretty confident in 100% of the content. Like there's no content that is off limits. I could definitely help you. And if I need to, we can always talk to chat, because there are a lot of very good players right here in the live stream who will chime in. Sometimes they'll tell me I'm wrong. Okay. That's good. That's good. You should be able to do that. Okay, so I think that's the whole system. If I've missed anything, if you have any questions, you can shoot me a DM through my Discord, and I will try to answer it here on the live stream. Let's see. And just to mention this now, I do offer paid takeover services. So these are free today. Like, you know, I offer 2 free takeovers a week. Basically, I try to just to help people out. And I do that primarily because I'm a free to play player. And I think that it's nice to be able to offer a few free takeovers a week. It's also a fun live stream. But I do offer paid takeover services 4 days a week. So if you are interested in the prices and schedule for those takeovers, go ahead and shoot me a DM and I will get back to you with all of that information as soon as I can. And we'll set something up if you're interested. So yeah, definitely want to plug that because I enjoy that. And it's also a way for, players to get a takeover if they can't, win a free one. There are 100 people in the live stream, and I only give out 2 every week. So, okay, so I think that's it. So let's go ahead and let's see how we're doing on the reactions. We've got about 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Got over 80 reactions. That's pretty good. How many people do we have in the live stream right now? We've got 104. So that's probably right around where we should be. Thank you, Wrecking Crew. I appreciate that. Dravinka said, already smashed the like button. It's nearly broken. Is that Drewinka or is it Dravinka, like as a V, W? I don't know. That's an interesting name. Okay. Ali, how am I? You have a stupid question. Does Hex Artifact work only if the champion makes a hit or can it place on any skill used? No, that's a good question and it has to be a hit. As far as I know, it has to be a hit. Let me just quick look to double check that. I'm assuming that's because that's how all of the other ones work, like with a provoke or whatever, you have to hit. A relentless set would proc regardless. But like a stun set, 18% chance to place a stun debuff. I'm pretty sure I'm 99.99% sure it has to be a hit. It has to be a hit. Yeah. Well, you drew. I will. Okay, perfect. Your new 51 days, getting Chronom in a few days. That's awesome. And confused if I should 6-star him or wait for ×2 Sacred coming in 9 days. Chronom is very good, and he'll do cool things for your account. But if you wanted to wait for the next Sacred event to see if you pulled a higher priority champion, you certainly could. As a free-to-play player, I'm used to exercising patience for the benefit of my account. So waiting 9 days isn't the worst thing in the world. Now, if, let's say, building Chronom to 6 stars today would help your clan win its clan v clan or something, and you want to do that, or, get rewards, like, that's certainly a consideration. You could think about that. But I would say Chronom he's a high-value champ for a newer account. Absolutely. He's a very good champion. He was actually the replacement for Ninja. Ninja came into the game, was an exclusive champion, went out of the game. People were really angry. They added Chronom to the game as a champion that everybody could get for free. He does a very similar job to Ninja. I would say he's probably like he's a little bit different from Ninja, but in terms of effectiveness, he's like maybe like 90% of Ninja. I don't know, like guesstimates. So he still has the 3-hitter at random. Each hit has a 100% chance of instantly activating an HP burn. So he's just like Ninja. Now, if you have Ninja, I don't know if you do. If you're 50 whatever days in, you might have just missed Ninja. I don't know if you have him. If you have Ninja, build Ninja instead. Like, take Chronom up to 50, put him in your Barbarians Faction Wars team for now, and worry about him later. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. Don't book him or anything. If you have Ninja, you want Ninja instead. Ninja's, like I said, he's a little bit stronger than Chronom, and you probably already 6-starred him. If you don't have Ninja, then Chronom is a very good boss killer. He's an excellent boss killer. He also does this, which is he does have an AoE HP burn, which Ninja doesn't have. So he does have an advantage that Ninja doesn't have. But he doesn't have the ramping passive, whatever that's called, escalation or whatever it's called that Ninja has. Now, if you use Jamarsa, again, that's another reason to maybe build Chronom. Gives him a little bit more value if you want to build those two champions together and use them. He's very cool. Okay, so that is it for now in terms of like me answering questions. We're just going to jump into spinning the wheel here. So I gotta remember how to do this. How do we spin the wheel? Oh, that's how we spin the wheel. Okay. Give me just a second. Last 10 seconds. If anybody wants to react to the Wheel of Takeover in the Discord, you should do it right now because I'm about to close it out. Got a few more reactions. Okay, there we go. Man, I'm a little slow on the draw. I apologize. It's been a rough month. I'm getting back in the saddle. Where's Sam? Who's Sam? Where's Sam? Is Sam missing? Hey, Live Wild. Good to see you, buddy. Are you talking about my editor whose name is Sun? Because if you are, he's right here. He's always here. Always looking. Always trying to be helpful. Always trolling. Long, beautiful hair. And a fluffy beard. Actually, his hair is short now. But otherwise, he's here. So who won? Zonde. Dude, Zonde won. Awesome. Congrats. Congrats, Zonde. That's awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Go ahead and shoot me your login information, Zonde, and we will get this party started. Right? We'll get this party started quickly. Right? Okay. Let me get... All right. Okay, you can shoot me the code. And let me get you your roles so you can come hang out in voice. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, if you shoot me the code, then I'll... Oh, you did. Okay. This is an interesting account name. Zonde. You pulled a Foley today. Congrats. Between him, Herndig, and Eva, who should I prio one for Arena? Foley is your best nuker, and he blocks revives, which is a really valuable skill. Herndig is a very good nuker, but simultaneously is a really great debuffer. And so you could build him for Arena, but I would use him as a setup man. So he's like a half nuker. He's kind of like Wukong. Like you can make him your full nuker if you need to, but he's also very good at 2 roles. So I usually try to use those champions because I'm free to play. I try to use those champions for 2 roles if I have the gear. If you don't have the gear to make him both a nuker and a debuffer, I would just choose debuffer and make Foley your nuker, and that's a better probably use of those 2 champions. Queen Eva or Ava is excellent. I don't know that she's really an arena nuker. I'm sure she could do the job, but I would say she's actually a better like nightmare campaign farmer. She's better in wave content, and like arena and wave content, they're they're both the same thing. They're both wave content, but I think she's really good for places like Doom Tower. She's probably good for dungeon runs to speed up that kind of stuff. But I don't have a Queen Ava. I've never pulled one. So my knowledge is limited. But I think the combo of Herndig and Foley would be phenomenal. But I personally would prioritize Foley as my nuker. Hey, Civic. Good to see you, man. Been a while. Nice to have you. All right. So Zonde has asked, I was hoping if you could take a look into the 3v3 team for me or a potential siege defense. Sure. We haven't done a siege takeover before. I'd like to move above the bronze bracket, or several 3v3 teams, I guess that would be. Okay. So what we're going to do first, Zonde, is what we always do. We kind of take an overview of the account, just get an idea of where you stand. So you are level 76. Your login day is working on 240. So at 213. So you've progressed pretty well here. Definitely not like a super casual player. Like, you're pushing decently hard here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. Okay, you're doing pretty well on legendaries. If I had to guess, I'd say you are a low to mid spender. Would that be fair to say? You don't have to tell me if you don't want, by the way. You've got your Thor Feyhammer with the 3-star soul. You've got your Mithrala, which is awesome. You do have Ninja. You got Wixwell. You got... Been trying not to spend the last couple of months. Yeah. You got Ragash, who's awesome, by the way. I really like Ragash. There's your 5-star Loki. Nekmothar. Carl. Ooh, you got Hefrak. You got Warlord. You do have Armans, and you do have Arbiter. Yeah, you're in really good shape in terms of good. I mean, with Astrid, yeah, you're in really good shape in terms of arena. So let's go ahead and take a look at your epics. You got your Carl today. Cool. Very cool. You've got Deacon, which is key for 3v3. You do have Skull Crown, and she's 6 stars, so that could be highly valuable. You've got a Seeker, also very valuable potentially in arena. Okay. You got a couple of mythicals. I'm looking for potential go second teams, because you're probably going to want at least one. Oh, you've actually got 2 Regashes. Okay, interesting. I didn't see that. You've got a Rock of Viletide. You got a Stultus. So you've got some defensive-based nukers, which is good. I mean, these are 2 very good defensive-based nukers. Obviously, with your Mithrala, you know, we don't have like a UDK, which is fine. You don't necessarily need one, but we don't have a UDK. That's one way to go with a go second team. I'm looking for... So Furion is a reviver. In Stone Skin. In 1 turn Stone Skin. Yeah. No, 2 turn Stone Skin. Okay. We've got Roshguard the Tower here at 6 stars. All right. So if we're talking about 3v3, let's go look at 3v3. We should be able, you know, a lot of it's going to depend on your gear and what you're using your champions for, because, you know, you've kind of stopped spending. And what that means is the free-to-play mentality is going to be kicking in, right? So you've got to think about like getting the maximum value out of each and every champion. You want to optimize each champion for what they can do for your roster, and then you want to try to find as many solutions with as few champions as possible, basically, right? So Arena is a little bit tricky because sometimes you have to specialize a champion for it to be really good in Arena, and that may result in decreasing that champion's value in other places, which we don't want to do. So what we have to do is figure out how to be good in 3v3 Arena while simultaneously only specializing a very few champions for it. You know, like we might specialize, like, let's say like 2 nukers or something and 1 support. Like, okay, that'd be fine. You know, but we don't want to specialize 12 champions for Tag Team Arena. Like, that's just not valuable. Also, like, Tag Team Arena is, it's okay. Like, you do want to get in here. You want to get your gold bars. You want to get the access to the energy and the shards. You want to get access to, you know, maybe the refresh and cleansing accessories, the void shard, stuff like that. Getting up to gold where you're getting access to like the legendary skill tomes and stuff, like that's extremely difficult to do, and you can do it. I'm not saying you can't. There are clearly people who do it, but it's like you really, at that point, you're building 10, 12, 15 champions specifically for Arena to live up here, you know? So that might take a few more months. But yeah, it'll help you get CVC points. It'll help you collect gold bars faster, and there's all sorts of stuff. So I'm not saying it's not valuable. What I'm saying is to specialize a champion who is not in your classic Arena team for Arena, because of 3v3 would be probably not the best call. Now, Siege is a different story, right? Like, we can also say, you know, maybe we can do this, and it's like, okay, now we can use this champion in Siege here, plus in 3v3 Arena, plus in potentially live Arena, even if they're not in my classic Arena team, or they can only get spot use in my classic Arena team. So, I mean, I think Arena is valuable because there's a lot of different places where you do PvP, but I just wanted to kind of say, you know, like 3v3 Arena is like, it can be fun. There have been times where I really enjoyed it, but it gets real grindy real fast. And, you know, so if you have a good champion that's a good PvE champion, we don't want to specialize them for PvP. We want to keep them as a PvE champion. Now, that being said, you can definitely live in silver with all PvE champions. You don't have to build anybody really specifically for PvP, maybe other than like Arbiter or something. So let's go ahead and just take a look at the champions. Actually, let's do this. Let's start by looking at your classic Arena team. Awesome. Great. You know, you've got 2 turn meter fillers. You got an AoE weaken. You've got an increase attack. You're going to get 45% turn meter fill. Then you've got Armand's here, who's a CC champion, so it's going to give you an AoE stun, or potentially you can sheep somebody. You can even remove Stone Skin. That's all a possibility there. So that's a very versatile champion to have. And then you've got a hard-hitting mythic nuker here. I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't know this guy. But he puts up an increased defense on all allies and then nukes everybody. Places an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit. So if he can work 50% of HP, you know, off of a champion, he's going to kill them with the double hit. That makes sense. Plus, even if he doesn't, right, you've hit them with Astrid. So if Astrid is taking 10% of their health off, then he only has to take 40% of their health off to get another hit, right? Like, potentially. Yeah, so kind of interesting. I mean, it doesn't look like he's booked. So you can get more damage here. You could get 20% more damage out of this skill. So that would be valuable if you're going to use him as your main Arena nuker. Let's take a look at what other Arena nukers you could use. Obviously, you've got Staltis and Ragash. Those are both excellent. Let's see how they're built. Okay, he's built to 100% crit rate, which is nice, but it looks like he probably has a crit rate gauntlet. He does. So his crit damage is low. He has decent accuracy to potentially land his his drop defense. He has a decreased defense on his A2. You want that out there. That would add to the damage that somebody else would do too, right? Because like right now you only have a weaken. You don't have a decreased defense on your team. So he's a very good nuker. There is a lack of synergy between Arbiter and Astrid and a defensive nuker like Ragash, because they give increased attack. They don't give increased defense. So they're not boosting Ragash's damage. Now, what's interesting about Ragash is that his nuke and his drop defense are the same ability. He does place the decreased defense before he attacks, so he gets value out of that. So if you had to say, you know, like, which is more important, the fact that it's like he doesn't have an increased attack or the fact that he's always going to have a decreased defense, you know, it's about 50-50. Like, I like the decreased defense. I would say that would be highly valuable. But, you know, it depends on the champions that you're facing, how valuable that decreased defense is. Now, Warlord is absolutely a great support for Arena. Because of this A3 has a 100% chance to put each target's skills on cooldown, full cooldown. Plus, he's got a 60% chance, I think, or is it 50? No, it's 60% chance to fully deplete each target's turn meter. So he's like Armand's was before Armand's, right? So you have two lockout champions here. You have Armand's and you have Warlord. Lockout champions work best in go first team. So really what you have is the setup for two go first teams. So what we could do potentially is look to split up our resources to find two really good go first teams. Now you have Thor. Thor is phenomenal for nuking waves. Doesn't matter if it's PvP or PvE. You have Ninja, who has a 6-star soul. Let's see what you've got him. You've got him in Crushing Rend. Now, Ninja is not really like the best arena nuker. He's good. He can do the job. And certainly with a 6-star Crushing Rend, you should consider him. But he's also got, on his AoE nuke, he's got a 100% chance of freeze. How much accuracy do you have? You have 377 accuracy. Plus, you're going to get more accuracy from your masteries. So he could potentially be in a team that locks out the enemy. So right now, in terms of nukers, you have your Alaz the Sunbearer, you have Ninja, you have Thor Feyhammer. I don't know about Wallmaster. He places a block buffs. I don't know if he would qualify. He might qualify too, depending on how hard he hits. I see him every once in a while in Arena. He obviously self buffs, you know, so like, yeah, he's got a debuff. So maybe you've got Staltus, you've got Ragash. So we've got more than enough nukers. We've really got more than enough nukers. As far as speed auras are concerned, we have 3 really good ones. We've got Arbiter, Astrid, and Armand's. You also have stuff like Grand Oak Podrick, who's got, I'm sorry, not, he doesn't, his is dungeons. Who was I thinking? This guy. Nekmothar's got 19 in all battles. You actually have Gorlos, who's not bad. He's a decreased defense AoE champion, and he hits decently hard for an epic. So if we needed another decreased defense, and we've got Skullcrown too. We forgot about Skullcrown. She's a great nuker. You've got Phoenix with 5 stars. He's a great block revive champion on his A1. Here's a drop defense champion. Hey, Rel. Here's a drop defense champion in Deacon. We're going to use Deacon. We're absolutely going to use Deacon. And he's running at 265, which is pretty good. So Warlord, yes. Armand's, yes. Arbiter, Deacon. Astrid, yes. Lady Mikage, yes. How fast is she? 270. Nice. We might just go first teams and maybe at the end think about one go second team because you have so many go first style champions. Let's take a look at when I have time, can I explain the AI setup for the Myth Air speed tune? I'm doing something really wrong. It's not working. I'm not going to have time during the takeover, Joshua, unless somebody specifically requests a clan boss takeover. I'm sorry, but you can certainly ask about it in the Discord community. Somebody will help you out with that. Or you can go and check out my clan boss videos because that is a good question and I would love to answer it, but it's just not going to happen today on the live stream. I'm sorry. Yeah, somebody mentioned Rotos. We also have Rotos. Rotos is a really good go second arena nuker. He's okay as a go first nuker. I don't think he's the best arena nuker here. I don't know how good this guy is. I don't really know. I like him. I checked out his kit. I've run across him a couple of times. I don't know what his ceiling is. You know, I don't know what his normal like performance is. But I think certainly Stultus is amongst the best arena nukers in the game. And I think that both Thor and Ragash are extremely good and on par with Rotos. See, the thing about Rotos is he's a single target nuker, right? He does have the extra turn mechanic, which can really allow him to like shut down certain kinds of teams. So if you do have him in a go first team, you want to take him into other go first teams and you want to win the speed race, and then you like nuke out their arbiter and their nuker, and then who cares who else they have? And it's like, yeah, that's fine. But he's also really good on a go second team, especially with someone like a Duchess or a Sify in the lead, who can really protect him, maybe give him a perfect veil so he's hard to target, because he has this passive where it will decrease damage from enemy hits so that incoming damage from any single hit will not exceed 50% of the champion's max damage. Grants an extra turn if this damage reduction occurs. So basically, the only way to kill him is to have at least a double hit. Right? If you want to nuke him from 100% to 0, to have at least a double hitter. And then if you don't kill him, he gets a turn. And then he can potentially kill somebody with his A1 and get an extra turn off of that. And then he's also got his A3, which ignores 60% of the target's defense, unkillable block damage, and gets an extra turn off of this if it kills the enemy. So he can get extra turns a lot. So he's very powerful based on that kind of setup. So yeah, but like I think based on the rest of the champions, I think really we've got two go first lockout teams. We got a lockout team with Warlord and we've got a lockout team with Armands. And I think lockouts are just now. Could you use Rotos with the lockout team? Absolutely, you could. But we'll have to see once we put it all together. You know, because Rotos could be on the go second team. Stultus could be on the go second team. Stultus is also very good for go second teams. Because not only is he a defensive based nuker, but his passive reflects, weakens, and decrease debuffs onto the attacker. So he can't be debuffed by like an Astrid or a Deacon or, you know, like a Herndig. Like they pick up the debuffs instead of him. So if you can build him super tanky and hitting very hard, and he can do really well. Yeah. Alaz is the best nuker he's got. Yeah. I'm not saying he couldn't be. But a couple of things here. One is the big nuke isn't buffed. I mean, I'm sorry, it isn't booked. And that's a 20% damage increase. Now, I don't know about the other form, like how hard this hits. I don't know if like it's better to nuke in Form 1 or Form 2. He is an HP and defense-based champion, so it feels like, he could potentially be very good for a Go Second team. But again, I don't know this champion very well. All right, so let's start getting into 3v3 Arena, and let's see what teams you're currently running on defense. Seems solid. Again, both Mikage and Ninja are control champions. So just like Armands and Warlord, like we're talking about potential lockout or CC type teams. Astrid goes first. Mikage can then stun everybody. Ninja can freeze everybody who's left, and Wallmaster can nuke them out at the end or whatever. Like that. That's a concept that makes sense to me. I don't know if it's speed tuned. I don't know if they're geared properly. I don't know any of that yet, but that concept makes sense to me. Let me go back. Just let's do some of that. Okay. Team 2. This is more of that Go Second team, right? This is that Go Second team. You still have a speed aura, so you can be like, I can go faster than slow teams, but I'm not going to be as fast as Go First teams. So you kind of sit in between. You're like if Go First teams are like, I don't know, like number 1 teams, and Go Second teams are number 2 teams. Go first being 1, second. You're like a 1.5. Like you sit in between those spaces. And then Mithrala and Sulfurion are giving you that survivability. I think we saw Sulfurions in a two-turn stone skin, which means you've got the Reviver in a 2-turn stone skin. So he brings your team back. And then, maybe the reason that you have Deacon here is that when he does come back, he can potentially provide the turn meter fill to your nuker who might be running a little bit slower. No, I'm sorry, you don't have a nuker. You don't have a nuker. So this team probably is going to end up being ineffective as a defense because the offense always gets to pick, right? They get to pick who matches up against who. This is a very easy team to find a solution for because there's no nuker. I can just put in a team that's equally survivable that has 1 nuker, right? And it's like once the 2-turn wears off a Sulfurion, I kill him, and it's probably game over. Now, if you get into a situation where like Armands and Mithrala are just CC controlling the enemy, eventually you'll wear them down with very weak hits, and it's like you can do that. But I would say like on offense, this isn't a great team. And on defense, I think you could probably find a better combo. It's not bad. Like conceptually, you've put together something that makes sense. But Deacon's probably not a great fit for this unless you want to turn it into a Go First team. Right? In which case you'd probably drop Mithrala. Like even if you kept Sulfurion and you get a nuker in, right? Or you drop Sulfurion and get a nuker in and use Mithrala as your buffer. You could do that too, right? She'll give you the increased attack and the increased defense. Team 3. Okay, so this is a little bit of a weird team. So this is like your classic kind of go first into control. So think like Kymar, right? Like if you have a Kymar team where Kymar is the fastest champion and he just crowd controls the enemy, he puts them all to sleep or whatever, or locks them out, then it's like that is one way to win the go first race. By going first, you've got the opportunity to lock out the enemy. The other way to go first is to go fast enough, like have enough turn meter fill to get to your nuker and then have your nuker just destroy the entire team in one shot, right? So if we were putting together offensive teams, let's see. All right, we don't have, hang on. We'll have to do it in Classic Arena. All right, so I'm going to go to team setup. So we'll look here. So a classic go first team, which is just a speed race into nuke, right? Like that's the thing. would look something like, let's say, this into this, right? So here we have an increased attack and a turn meter fill. Here we have a decreased defense and a turn meter fill. Awesome. 2 turn meter fills, increase attack, drop defense. You would run this into... Well, honestly, this isn't even a classic. Let's see. The classic would be more like... not him. Although he worked. Where's your Tayrel? Tayrel's here somewhere, right? And then an attack-based nuker like Thor. Okay, so this is the classic go speed aura with Arbiter. That's 30%. She's the fastest champion, or Seeker's the fastest champion. It doesn't matter who, but preferably it's going to be Arbiter. So she's going to go first, give you a 30% turn meter fill and an increase attack. That gets you to your second fastest champion, who is Seeker. He's going to give you another 30% turn meter fill and an increase attack. But he's also going to get to go. Like, he's also going to get an attack because his turn meter fill gives him an extra turn. And he's got a provoke, right? So potentially he can land a provoke on the enemy Arbiter or on the enemy nuker or whatever. And like, so it's a little bit of a lockout. It's also got a little bit of survivability in case you lose the speed race. He's got an increased defense for the rest of the team and stuff like that. So this is a really nice combo. But you could use any turn meter filler in this role. It could be High Katoon. It could be Apothecary. It could be anybody that gives you some turn meter fill, because Arbiter's already got you covered on the increase attack. You don't need Seeker for the increase attack. Likewise, if you don't have Arbiter, you can run a High Katoon in the first spot, right, as the speed lead. And again, either Seeker or High Katoon could be the fastest. And now he's giving you the increase attack. So he can take the place of an Arbiter, but he can't fill that aura role of, increased speed aura. So 2 turn meter fills, that gives you 60% turn meter fill, which gives you a huge gap in speed to get down to Tayrel and Thor, who you want to build relatively slow because you want to invest more of their resources into their roles. So, accuracy and tankiness for Tayrel, crit rate, crit damage, and attack percentage for Thor. So then you get down to Tayrel, you get the the drop defense for the enemy, and then you nuke out. So you have the increased attack, you have a decreased defense, and then you nuke with Thor. This is a classic team. It would still work today. It would work with these champions. It doesn't matter that you have 2 epics. It doesn't matter if they're booked or not. It doesn't, as long as they're built to the right speeds, they could literally have no stats on them, except Tayrel will need accuracy, right? Like, as long as he had the accuracy and the right speed, and Seeker simply had the right speed, like he could have 0 HP, right? He could have 0 HP as long as he's fast enough to get that turn meter fill to allow you to get to Thor. This team obliterates other teams all the time. Now, let's go ahead and I want to take a look at these champions. Let's see if these champions are actually built to go together. Let's see if we can do it. So Arbiter's at, nice, 301. Awesome. You're over 300. Let's see where Seeker is at. 167. So Seeker does not fit into this team right now as built. Let's take a look at Deacon. Deacon is at 265. So Deacon would fit. So we'll swap Deacon in instead. And then Tayrel is not working, but we don't care anymore because we've got Deacon and he's the drop defense champion. So a better version of this team is if you have Deacon. This is why Deacon is so good, by the way. Deacon is the only champion in the game, void, non-void, epic, legendary, mythic, as far as I know, even mythic, that has an increased turn meter and a drop defense that he can put out in the same turn. They're on 2 different skills, but he has an extra turn mechanic. So here you've got an increased attack. Here you've got a decreased defense. Now you've got it both. So now let's talk about Astrid. Let's get Astrid in there. She's got weaken. So now we get increased attack, decreased defense, and weaken. Literally all of the ways to improve your damage that you can do for an attack-based nuker. And then you put in Thor. So let's see the speeds here. 301, 265, 263, and 221. Perfect. They work perfectly. Thor's not hitting hard enough yet. Good attack number, not a great crit damage number, right? So I think he was in all cruel. Let me take a look at Thor. He's in all cruel. You've got him in crit rate gauntlets, not crit damage gauntlets. That's why you're lacking on crit damage. But it's tough. It's tough to find a build with crit damage gauntlets. Like I only have like 5 or 6 on my account. No, that's probably not true. Probably have twice that. Probably have 10 or 12 on my account after 3.5 years. So it's like, it's not easy to find these builds because not only do you need the crit damage gauntlet with crit rate substat, preferably, you need all the crit rate on all your other pieces, but you still need to find the speed and the attack. And for Thor, accuracy, so it's like, it's not easy. It's not easy. That's a nice banner, by the way. That's a real nice banner. Accuracy for Thor would be good. If you could find it. If you can't, like, that's understandable. It's tough. Okay. So this would be, this would be how we would run it. Now, if a Thorion hits really hard, and again, I don't know if he does, but he definitely is built stronger than Thor right now. He's in Instinct, so he's got a better speed at 220. He's got much more crit damage at like over 240. So, his attack number is not quite as high. It's 47, almost 4,700. But so he might be a better attack-based nuker. Let's look at Ninja. Ninja is in primarily perception. He's just around 200% crit damage. Nice and fast, good accuracy, but more as, he might be a lockout. So for this particular setup, I would probably pull Thor for right now and just put in a Thorian. Let's just go with that. Let's just run that. Now, we don't want to run into this team here because this is a bad team to take this team into, right? UDK is going to have Stone Skin. Georgid might have Stone Skin. He's going to have all the Necrid buffs. We're not going to burn this team down. We're not going to kill him before Georgid goes, and Georgid will just nuke our entire team out. So this is a bad matchup. Let's go find a better matchup. Okay, so here's the matchup, right? Let's go ahead and swap over to that team we were just talking about. So the question of this matchup comes down to speed. Are we faster than they are? Now, in this particular case, and look, all of this stuff applies to 3v3. None of this stuff that we're doing here is not 3v3 applicable. It's all applicable, right? So when we're talking about building arena teams, you're just talking about building arena teams. If you use them in Classic or you use them in 3v3, it doesn't matter. We just don't have any tokens for 3v3 arena right now. That's why I'm working in Classic. So this comes down to a speed race, right? Now, if we go first, we win. And if we go second, we lose. That's it. That's what's going to happen. There's a chance that we could go first and still lose if a couple of things happen. One is if like one of them has Stone Skin, if somebody has Stone Skin, and like I wouldn't expect anybody on their team to have Stone Skin, but that could potentially happen. The other thing that would happen is if, like, let's say their Arbiter were really tanky and she revives everybody and then, gets back around to they get back around to their skills and Wukong goes. Like, Wukong could throw us off. Like, if he revives or gets revived and gets his A2 off, that could end our run real quick. So this is a little bit tricky. If I'm looking at this, though, I'm thinking, okay, who has Intimidating Presence? Their Arbiter has Intimidating Presence. Our Astrid has a 5-star Intimidating Presence when they only have a 1-star Intimidating Presence. So our aura is going to be better than theirs. They've got 30k more power than we do, which is like, okay, Zonde, I will if I have to. So as having 30k more than we do could be a reflection of a greater, like a faster team. But, at 301 speed on our Arbiter, that's pretty good here in Gold 5. I would say it's about average, actually. Now, the speed keeps creeping up higher and higher and higher. But so this might be a coin flip. Maybe we don't want to do it. Let's see if there's a slightly better one. I like this one. This is not bad. There might be a stone skin in there, but this team is not built so well because there's no second turn meter filler. So even if Arbiter goes first, we'll cut in because our Arbiter is probably going to be faster than their next fastest champion, maybe. Like if the Mithrala is really fast, she could potentially get a Hex on us, which could... But let's go ahead and try this one. I'm going to try this one. We won the speed race. Okay. So we go increase attack. Then we do our second turn meter fill from Astrid, who then gets our weaken out there, hits everybody. Then we go our third turn meter fill, who gets our drop defense out there and hits everybody but Mithrala. And then Wallmaster has to nuke. And he gets everybody but Mithrala. We hit auto, go the rest of it. Classic go first team setup. It's the most efficient go first team setup because of Deacon Armstrong. So you can get another utility champion or a second nuker into this team as long as you have Deacon. If you don't have Deacon, you literally can't do this. Like, you just can't be as good at this team. You can still be extremely strong. Just depends how hard your nuker hits, you know. But, you know, you can see Deacon Armstrong is like, he's legitimately one of the best arena champions in the game for this very reason. But I'm just going to try this team just because I want to kind of try one more team. Now, they went first, but they don't have a second turn meter filler, and their Kymar is not fast enough. That was, look how full they are. They are all really close to full, but their Arbiter is just a little too fast. Maybe they put like some new speed, you know, like they got some more speed onto their Arbiter and they lost their speed tune. But we're perfectly speed tuned. So now if I just hit auto, it should just be fine. Turn meter fill, turn meter fill, turn meter fill, nuke. That's the power of speed tuning properly, right? But but we didn't kill the Kymar. And this is what I was saying about, you know, that Wukong can ruin your day in a hurry. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If their Wukong hit a little bit harder, our game was over. Okay. So so that's a go first team. Now, because of the way that we've built this team, right? We can actually see that we don't technically need 3 turn meter fillers. So what we could do for 3v3 arena is we could say, we're not going to run this team. We're going to take Astrid out of this. We're going to let Deacon be the lone, like, backup turn meter filler, right? And if Athorian is fast enough and we've speed tuned properly, then we can put a third utility champion in this spot who gives us something else, like a buff strip. If we had a buff strip, that would be really good. You could certainly do another nuker as well, or another utility champion who is a lockout champion. Like, you could do that as well. So, like, you could do this. This would be great. That gives you a second nuker, and the ninja also gives you lockout. So this is also a very flexible team. Right, so as long as Ninja is speed tuned, which I think he is, your Ninja was fast, right? Ninja's at 251, so Deacon's only going a little bit faster than he is at 265. So this is actually a team that's going to work really well. Perfectly speed tuned, as long as you win the speed race or you go into a team that isn't properly constructed. This is a very powerful team. But now that leaves Astrid free. Astrid is now the formation of our second go first team. She starts our second go first team. Now she gives us that increase attack, right? And the turn meter fill. It's a 15% turn meter fill, but she also gives the turn meter reduction, the speed reduction, and the weaken to the enemy. So what we would like is to get a second, like, potential thing here. It can be another go first champion, like another turn meter fill. It could be a lockout champion. We talked about lockouts. It could be an ally attack, and we could go for a blender comp. So we know that we have this ally attack, and then we've got Skull Crown. So we've got 3/4 of a blender team here, right? You're going to get that turn meter fill. Skull Crown can run super slow. Farrakhan the Fat is the only one who needs to be speed tuned with Astrid. So if Astrid is running at, 280, he's going to need to run at, 250 or something. You can always do the calculations on that. I'll show you that in just a second. And now you want another champion with an AoE A1, right? Probably. So that could be Deliana. She doesn't hit super hard, but she has an AoE A1. You could... you got, Falhound doesn't necessarily hit super hard. The classic combo would be if you had a her sister, what's her name? Sinesha. If you had Sinesha, that would be the classic one. But you could even do something kind of cool. And this is something, by the way, you could think of for Siege. We were talking about Siege. This is a comp I've been working on for Siege with this guy, with Phoenix. He's got a block revive on his A1. If you use an ally attack, he will use his A1. So the way that this composition would work is you have Astrid going first, right? She's got her own intimidating presence. So you got a pretty good chance of winning a speed race if she's decently fast. Let's go ahead and see how fast she is. I don't know. 263. So clearly not as fast as your other team, but still decently fast. If you can speed her up a little bit, you want to. As long as Farrakhan the Fat, so you'd have to rebuild him. He might not be built at all. Looks like he doesn't have a lot of stats at all. So you'd want to build him, let's go ahead and break out the calculator. All right, so Astrid is 263. And you just divide that by 1.15 because she gives a 15% turn meter increase. So the 15 just goes after the decimal. And that would mean he would need to run at 229 as a minimum. Now, the thing about her is she does give a decrease, like turn meter and decrease speed to the enemy. So you have some wiggle room here. But remember, if you don't have enough accuracy, those don't land. If there's a stone skin, those don't land. So just be aware of that, right? So if you want to firmly speed tune him, he needs to be at around 230 to, a little bit more. Hey, we got another new member, Doctor Who Games. Welcome to the Shadowkin. Did we say anything about Shadowkin? The shadow grows deeper. I don't know. When somebody joins the Barbarians, we say the horde grows. But when they join the Shadowkin, stick to the shadows. I don't know. But thanks for joining Doctor Who Games. I appreciate you for joining and supporting the channel. That's awesome. See you later, Drew. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, okay, good call. We could do Mikage. Right, I forgot about Mikage. Mikage would be a better ally attacker, much better ally attacker, and she's probably built faster too. Yeah, she's running at 270. She's actually running too fast. She's running too fast right now. So we don't want to slow her down. We want to get Astrid faster. But Lady Mikage is better for a whole bunch of reasons than Farrakhan the Fat. First of all, she joins in the ally attack. And when she does the ally attack, she will join with this Shadow Lash, right? Which places a shield buff equal to 10% of the champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns. So she actually kind of protects you a little bit, like your nuker probably a little bit against, if you don't win. She also gives increased attack and increased crit damage. The one downside to her compared to Farrakhan the Fat is Farrakhan the Fat gives you increased crit rate, so you will have to build these champions with 100% crit damage. But thanks for pointing out Lady Mikage. Again, I'm a little rusty today. It's been a while. Now, the increased attack isn't particularly valuable here because Astrid's already doing that. But the increased crit damage is. So, but the reason she might be more valuable, despite not giving the crit rate buff, is the fact that she's more flexible, right? So you have this, attacks all enemies, decrease duration of all enemy buffs and all ally debuffs by 1 turn. and then decreases. All right. So this can strip potentially 1 turn Stone Skin buffs. So if anybody has a 1 turn buff on the enemy team, you can do that. Likewise, you can flip into her other form, and you can either completely buff strip the entire enemy team, all buffs from all enemies, and place a weaken on them. Again, probably not with Astrid. But you can do this, or you could also throw out an AoE stun. So she can be a lockout champion as well. So she has so much flexibility in this spot. This is why I always pick her in live arena. Like, because if I'm picking, let's say I'm picking second, and they take not an Arbiter. I might take Arbiter Mikage. Because I'm like, Mikage works in, like everything. Or if they take, like, let's say they take Armand's and Arbiter, I'm like, I'm going to go second. Probably, because I can't pick Arbiter. I'm in gold, so I can't pick those champions. Then I have to go second, but I don't know where I'm going to go second. I don't know, like, how I'm going to go second yet, because I haven't seen their nukers. So I might pick, like, Mikage and Mithrala, who are both great go second champions, and really flexible. So Mikage is high value in live arena for, like, where I am in whatever it is, gold 1 or gold 2. But so now you get the AoE. Like, the reason to bring Sinesha in here with Skullcrown is they get extra hits, and they're both AoE A1. But the reason to bring Phoenix in is because his A1 literally just blocks revival. This is a great team to take into a team that runs Wukong as their primary nuker. Right? So let's go find a Wukong team. See if we can find a Wukong. Or even, it doesn't really matter. It could be anybody who's just got 1 nuker. But unfortunately... All right, here's another... I'm going to try this. I don't know that it's going to work, but we're going to try this. Now, this team is not speed-tuned Astrid. Let's check. Let's just see if we can speed Astrid up a few speed. Is Astrid speed-tuned for anything, Zonde? Oh, are these champions not geared at all? No gear. No gear. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Thanks for pointing that out. That would have been bad. But okay, so look at this, right? Like, if this, just think about this matchup. Who's the threat on the enemy team? It's Gallius, right? I'm assuming it's Gallius. Who's he being protected by? Ultimate Death Knight. Ultimate Death Knight takes the first hit. If it's a single target hit, he takes the first hit away. If this is properly speed tuned, and Astrid is fastest, right? She's going to use an AoE, and she's going to put a she's going to put a weaken on Gallius. Then Lady Mikage is going to lead in an ally attack. The first attacker will be Astrid. Actually, technically, the first attacker, I think, is Lady Mikage, and then Astrid. So UDK's passive will be soaked up by a support hit, not by a nuke. Then we've got Skullcrown hitting to soften up the target. And then we've got the hard-hitting single target nuker who no longer has to worry about UDK, right? Who no longer has to worry about anything. And he just has to hit really hard. And he's got the increased crit damage. And he comes in and he smacks down and block revives Gallius. Now, we don't care about Pythion that much. We don't care about the cleanses. We don't care about the block debuffs. All we need to do is eventually kill Pythion and then whittle down the other 2 champions. Now, you do have to have enough survivability here. Astrid gives you a little bit of healing, which is nice. That's going to help. And, Mikage has the buff strips and the stuns and the control that might help as well. You've got the passive on Skullcrown, who will get a unkillable buff for a turn. So it's like this team goes into this team and actually does pretty well. You have to hit hard enough to kill Gallius. If you don't kill him, you lose, right? Because you're still a go first squishy team. But so you have an ally attack team. All right. Now let's talk about, what else could we do as like a lock? We talked about lockout teams. All right. So a lockout team, again, would be potentially, let's say we did this. That's a lockout team. He is a one-man lockout team. And the fact that he has a speed aura for arena really makes it easy. You just build him fast. If he's faster than the enemy arbiter, then he's going to go first. He's going to stun everybody. You do have to watch out for Stone Skin. It can be helpful to have a second fast champion or turn meter increaser to like win the race. So you could certainly do like this, like there's no reason why you couldn't do that. But if you wanted to, you could also do a second lockout champion. You could do this, or you could do this, or you could do this, or you could do this. Any of those champions are lockout champions. Right? You could also just go into your nuker. Right? Now, you probably for Rotos, you're going to want to increase attack champion. Oh, I just noticed we also have, here's another ally attacker, by the way. Here's another ally attacker. And he's got, I think his aura is, no, it's dungeon, right? We said that it's dungeon. So, but you could certainly put him in this role. So here we could have Mikage here. I think Farrakhan the Fat is actually also really good because he has the increased crit rate. So if you wanted to build them with 70% crit damage, you could do that. And then we've got Podrick, who's really interesting because he provides more survivability. So we were talking about like if you need to extend the fight a little bit more, he's going to provide more survivability for your team. So you've got some options there. I do like that. This is a lockout champion. I don't know what I would do with this particular, like on your account. I don't know exactly what I would do with this, but I would probably pair him with a reviver. I might do something like, come on, what's going on? 7. I might do something like this with a nuker. I think you had a very similar team that didn't have a nuker. You could certainly put Phoenix in as the nuker. You would have a single target nuker who has a block revive, right? Which is really nice because you're not getting, like, you're still getting the increased attack here. But like this is not necessarily set up for an AoE nuke. Do you know what I mean? So if you take this team in against a Wukong team, let's say like a UDK Wukong team. This would work against a UDK Wukong team because Armand's like stuns everybody and steals their turn meter, and then you sheep UDK, and now Wukong is left exposed, and you block revive him, and now you have enough reviving and healing and cleansing and all that stuff to not care how long the fight goes. Their nuker's dead, and you have complete control of the board. This is a great go first team into a go second team. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to necessarily win speed races against arbiter teams, but it's like, this is a beautiful anti-UDK Wukong setup, which you'll see a lot. Like, if we go over to 3v3, let's just look at the board. My guess is we'll find at least one or two of those teams in 3v3 arena. Here's UDK and Wukong right there. Casey Jones, LKR. Really, it's a really popular combo. Here's a similar one, which is like Wukong and Grazur and Duchess. This is a similar thing, but it has a second nuker, so maybe not. But this team is actually more similar. Okay, so it's like Reviver, Mithrala, UDK, and Newt. So if you block revive the Newt, this team can't really kill you, right? You've got Sulfurion, you've got your Mithrala, you're totally fine. Eventually, you kill the Elva, and then you kill the Mithrala, and then you kill the UDK, or you kill UDK, and then Elva and Mithrala's last. It's like, but that's a team that you go into. Let's refresh this. We'll probably find some more. teams that here's a UDK Wukong. That's perfect to go into. Here's a UDK with Mashalad. Not Mashalad, with what the heck is this guy's name? Somebody, I know Mashalad's the other guy. More to Macabre. Thank you. Nobody shouted it out. Nobody shouted it out. So again, you kill More to Macabre, that team's done. Here's a UDK with Gaius the Gleeful. You kill Gaius the Gleeful, he's done. Now, in this particular case, you're probably going to have to strip or ignore a Stone Skin. But the great thing about Sulfurion is he also has a block debuff buff. You also have Mithrala, right? So, like, you have the potential here to just ignore Gaius's bombs. So if you go first, Sulfurion puts up his block debuffs. The Gaius is on AI. He's still going to drop his bombs, but it's not going to do any damage, right? Now, they do have like a secondary half nuker here in Maneater, but you just kill him as well. There's no revivers there. It doesn't even matter. Here's same thing. Shemnath. If you can kill the Shemnath, this team is over, right? And here's the thing. They've got 3 revives. They've got the Godseeker and Nere's passive, Godseeker's active, and then Arbiter's revive. But if you just come in here with Phoenix and you kill Shemnath, who cares, right? And again, that ally attack is going to ignore or basically negate UDK's passive. And Phoenix comes in here, boom, done. So you can see how valuable this team can be, right? Like this kind of setup. Oops. Can be. This one. You know, or this one. Yeah, I was thinking about the ally attack. So the ally attack might be better to go into that Shemnath team. But this team could also work because you can sheep UDK and then you can ignore his passive. So both of these teams are ways to get around UDK. And that's incredibly important in 3v3. I don't think that you should ignore your defensive based nukers. I really like a team that has Ragash and Mithrala. So you could potentially do something like more classically go second. You know, maybe like I'm trying to think of who else I would throw in here. I mean, like this would be insane, right? This is really good. You've got the 19% speed. The reason like you would put the speed aura here, by the way, is if you think you don't want to get lapped, like you have an enemy who's going to go so fast, they're going to get 2 full rounds before you go. But you have the option to just go the other way. You could do this. That's fine too. Now you've got 2 cleanses, 2 block debuffs, but you got 3 cleanses. You got 2 revivers. Like you've got a Stultus who's constantly reflecting the debuffs against him anyway. Like this is a really, really hard to kill team. And so it's a classic go second. You've got the increased defense aura. I think Stultus's aura is okay for arena. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me go look. I don't have a Stultus. I pulled one once on, defense in all battles. I pulled one once on an alt account that I immediately stopped playing right after I pulled Stultus. So it was just like, okay. Who loves to ignore you? I don't love to ignore anybody. So one of the things you guys, Darren, and everybody, you should remember here is we're talking about concepts. Right? Do you have to use these champions? Of course not. There is a concept. There is a theory behind each of the teams that we've talked about. That theory can be executed effectively with a wide variety of champions. Here we have a classic go first team, right? Team 4, classic go first team. 2 turn meter fillers with an increased attack into a decreased defense champion into an attack based nuker. Real classic. Here we have a more efficient version of that. In the ninja spot, I would love Wukong. That would absolutely be the best. You could also use Madame Saris here as a buff stripper. Having a buff stripper in this spot would be really good, but having a lockout champion would be good too. You could put Warlord here. You could put somebody else here, and then you go into your nuker, or you could have 2 nukers just to make sure that you're hitting hard enough. So it's a more efficient version of the classic go first team. Here you've got that go first into blender comp. It's kind of a weird blender comp because we're using Phoenix, who's a single target hitter, but he's got that block revive. This is an anti-Wukong go first team. It's a really flexible one because we're using Lady Mikage, but you could use this with another ally attacker like Farrakhan the Fat and it would work just as well, but be a little bit less flexible. Here we've got a go second, or it's a 1.5 team, right? It's going to be faster than most go second teams. It's going to be slower than most go first teams. It's got a nice bit of survivability and flexibility to it. It's again anti-UDK. Here we've got another team that's a classic go second team. It's not anti-UDK. It's just a classic go second team. It will outlast a UDK team. Eventually his stone skin will come off. You'll be able to kill him and kill everybody else. It prevents the other team from being able to do what they want to do. It's a great team to take into go first teams that don't have like a ton of buff strips or like, some weird funky nukers who ignore everything. Don't take this into a Georgian team, sure. Obviously. But can you take it into like Thor team? Yeah. Can you take it into, yeah. Maybe avoid Rotos, like Rotos Siphi especially. But each concept has a counter. So you need to learn what the counter to your teams are and then avoid those teams. So when I go into 3v3 arena, the great thing is I can look at any team and you can diagnose like, okay, here's Siphi and Rotos. So how do I beat this particular team? Right? Well, what I need to do is I need to go fast enough to go faster than Siphi, because if Siphi goes, it's a problem. And then I need to block revive Rotos, and I need to hit him multiple times in order to avoid his passive from proccing, right? I also have a Krisk here who's going to put up a shield. So ultimately what I would love to do is I would love to go first, buff strip, and then ally attack. And then block revive. That would be like the perfect team, right? So potentially I could do that with, say, Arbiter. Let's say Arbiter, Mikage, Wukong, Phoenix. That would be a really good team into this team. Right? Now, maybe my team's not fast enough. I lose the speed race and then I lose. Maybe they have a bunch of stone skin and it doesn't work, but Wukong has a chance to buff strip. Lady Mikage has a chance to buff strip. There are opportunities there. So that could be, but if there's no stone skin here, the team that I just described would beat this team. So if I have that team built, I can be like, well, that team goes here. Now that means I can't use Arbiter on the team on the right. So it's like, oh, well, now I have to use my go first team on the middle one. I don't have a second go first team that's fast enough. So I have to decide if I have 2 really fast go first teams, I can go 2 into there. Over here, I've got the Wukong UDK combo. So maybe I want to use Phoenix over there, but I can't use Phoenix over there because I got him in the middle. Okay, you know what? This trio of teams counters my trio of teams. I can counter any one of them, but I can't counter all 3. And as a result, I skip it. Right? And maybe I look down here and I'm like, well, I can go first and beat this one, the first team. I can go first and beat the second one. And I can go first and beat the third one. And I have 3 go first teams. This is a trio. I counter all 3 of them. I don't care about the Scylla the Drake's revive, right? I don't really care about her. I just got to burn through all of the nukers. And on the second team, I might I might take a team that is like a control team or a more survival team. The team 1 and team 3, I'll nuke them out. They'll be dead. Team 2 has a bit of tankiness, right? With Drexthar, Deliana, and Syl. So I just really need to kill Cupidus here, block his revive, and I'm good. So learning those counters also matters. So you build yourself in your team setup, you build yourself 6 or 7 different teams that have different concepts. You need a couple of go second teams. You need a block revive team. You need 2 or 3 go first teams. You need an ally attack team. You need some combination of those teams. And you just keep building those teams and iterating and then taking them into 3v3 arena or classic arena and practicing them against certain team compositions. And then you get better and better and better at it. Because what's going on, Zonde, is you're not lacking champion. Some of your champions aren't built. And some of your team concepts haven't been put together yet. And you might want to figure out how to build champions based on those team concepts. But you've got the teams to be living in Silver Arena. Absolutely. You have the champions to be living in Silver Arena. You just have to do what I was just saying. You have to build 6 or 7 of them, practice, and sometimes it's just a matter of swapping one champion. Sometimes you'll have a team. You'll have a team like this, like Team 6, and you'll be like, all right, but I'm going to win the speed race no matter what. So what I can do is I can actually pull Astrid here because they're a really slow team. I'm going to go ahead and put Skull Crown as the speed lead because she gives me the 20% speed aura. And then what I really need here is a buff strip. So I'm going to find a buff strip champion. I don't know that you have one, but if you did, you'd put your buff strip champion here and then do that. Or what I really need is a lockout champion. Or what I really need is, the cleanser reviver thing. Whatever it is. So you're like, I only need to swap out one champion. But you want to be aware of which champion that is. And that just takes practice. So again, these 2 champions need to be built. They're already 6 stars. They're valuable for you. Do they need to be in perfect gear? No. But get them to the point where they can hit decently hard and do some work on some 3v3 teams. Where you are in 3v3 arena, don't expect everybody to have crazy stats. Like if we look at, what we were just looking at, there's a team here. This is 577,000 power, right? When you put your 3 teams together, you're probably going to be maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe around 600K. Call it. You're going to be around 600K. But if your teams are built properly, you're going to crush teams like this. These teams are kind of like, you can see the team 3 is just thrown together, but like these teams are waiting for you to farm them. Now you're going to find somebody else who's got 900K and you're going to look at this and you're going to be like, yeah, probably avoid that team. Right? Like this is a tricky team to go into. I get it. There's whole sorts of things. You're going to have Hefrak and a stone skin. You got all sorts of issues here. Maybe I just avoid this one. They're too powerful anyway. But as you creep up in power, you're going to find that you can pick off teams like this 700K team. None of these teams are really worrisome for the teams that we've built. Even though you're only going to be rocking 600,000 power and they've got more than 100K more than you, you should beat this team once you know the counters and all the champions and how they play out. So anybody who's, 500K, 600K, 700K, they're all going to be in your range. So now when you look at a page like this, you're like, okay, this 947 I avoid, this 900 I avoid, this 1.45 million I avoid. That means I've got 7 potential opportunities on this page. Now, maybe, like I said, not all of them match up. Like this one we ended up avoiding. The top one we ended up avoiding because they counter us more than we counter them. But 7 potential targets on a page in Bronze 3 means you're probably getting a Silver 1 at least, right? If not Silver 2 or 3. Eventually, you will have to just improve your gear and your teams and like your stats to compete. But for now, it's just about getting good teams together and then learning the counter. Gear is by far your biggest issue right now. Yeah, what I would say is what I would say is, for you, faction wars is going to be incredibly valuable. So make sure you're going and using all 18 keys on all 2 or 3 crypts every day. Get all of the glyphs that you can, get all of the resources that you can, and then get in here and farm your perception gear. You have 10,000 silver bars. This is, right now, this happens. People get capped out on silver bars. I sometimes have been capped out on silver bars, but you're throwing away resources right now. Because you're going to continue to collect these other resources, but you can't use them without silver bars. When a forge pass comes, you get more silver bars than normal, so be aware that you want to be burning through your silver bars in useful ways. You have a CVC going on right now, so one of the things that you can do when you have a CVC going on is forge a lot of gear. Even go like to something like this, like Frostbite is almost entirely useless. Go down here and forge some 3 and 4 star gear. Just sell it. Get yourself 200,000 silver and get some silver bars off the top of the stack so that you can start building other stuff. If you have any high value pieces like Slayer or Righteous or Define, any of these, make sure you forge them during a CVC right now. Get that stack of silver bars lowered a little bit so you have some room to get those. And if you have to do a gear cleanse, that's good motivation to do a gear cleanse, but this instinct should be rolled. If the reason that you're not rolling it is because you're not sure like which piece would be most valuable, like should you put on, a gauntlet charm? Should you put on a boots charm? Like that can be a little bit tricky, and I understand the hesitance, but typically you want to think about it this way. The resources in the forge have 0 value to you until you roll them. So roll them and see what happens. And the more you roll them, the more you'll have information about what maybe you should pursue. I would certainly say for like Lethal and Instinct and Slayer, this is where I would want to spend my mythical charms. Probably Slayer more than anything else. Like I would do it on Slayer first. Because I think Slayer is more valuable than Instinct. And you just don't get that many of them, many mythical charms. So I would use them on Slayer first, and then maybe Instinct next. Lethal, you can actually farm so many more materials in the long run that you could absolutely use mythical charms here, but you don't have to. You just get more pieces. And then the other place, when we're talking about that, is get into Doom Tower. This rotation is awful for gear, but get into Doom Tower. Make sure you're getting forged materials here. And then finally, and this is something I'm going to do a video on, but like for the next couple of weeks, for the next 2 weeks and 1 day, farm this event dungeon as much as humanly possible. Everybody should be doing that. Stage 20 if you can. Stage 24 is even better. If you can get up above stage 26, you can get mythical gear. So as high as you can get, just farm it. Because you get so many accessories, and these accessories are so incredibly valuable to your account. They are so much better than regular accessories that if you're not farming this dungeon pretty much constantly, you're throwing away advantage. So get in here and farm that a lot. Awesome. Yeah, you're clearing Doom Tower. If you're clearing Doom Tower and you're farming dungeons and you're doing your faction crypts, your gear will eventually catch up to your roster. Eventually. But yeah. Okay, so I think we're going to call it there. That was about 90 minutes. It was a little bit longer than 90 minutes, I think. Thank you, Liv. I appreciate it. Can't drink, apparently. Just spilling it down myself. Do you have any last questions, Zonde? It's a nice account. I'm jealous of your Sulfurion. I really am. That's the one champion you have on your account where it's like, this is a champion I want badly. I would say Sulfurion is probably like my 6th or 7th most desired champion at this point. I mean, I did just get Odin, so maybe 5th or 6th. Because it's definitely like Yumiko is number 1. And I think Acrizia is in the top 3. So it's like it's like all the power. I actually want a dupe Newt, probably like as like my 5th most desired champion or something like that. Like I want a dupe Newt really bad. But as far as legendaries are concerned, I think Sulfurion is definitely, he's in my top 10, but probably high in my top 10. So this is the champion I'm most, I think, envious on your account about. I've had Rock of Iletide before. She's really cool. I think she's a bit underrated. And Stultus is very nice, as is Wallmaster and Warlord. So it's like you've got some cool champions here. And you have some other champions to build. I think Necmo should be pretty high on the list of champions you want to build soon. And probably Carl would be good for Fire Knight hard mode if you're struggling there. Yeah. Okay, no question. Yeah, if I make this offer to all of my takeover winners. If at any point you have a question on anything that I said here during the live stream, or like you start to do some stuff and you have some follow-up questions on, how to move forward, please DM me. I may not always get back instantaneously. I'm busy. I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't always watch Discord really closely, but I will get back to you. I promise I will get back to you and try to answer your questions. But also use the Discord as a resource. You are now a member of the Discord. Ask those questions in our general chat or in any of we have a whole section of advice channels. So depending on like roster advice channels where you want the advice, just ask in the appropriate channel, and I'm sure you'll get responses. And there are a lot of good players in the community who will help you out. Okay. All right. So I'm going to log out of this account. And I'm going to log back into my account for just a moment. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I need to stand up and do my stretches because my back's starting to hurt. I'm more hunched over and in the microphone than when I'm just working by myself. So I think that's what's happening. So I'm going to go take my meds and do my stretches and maybe do a bathroom break. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. But in the meantime, I don't want you to have to watch a blank screen. So what can we do here on my main account, which would be vaguely interesting? Yeah, sounds good, Zonde. What can we do here? I guess we've got a spider tournament going on, right? So we've got a spider tournament, and I happen to have a mission to get a Marius mission to get 10 mythical accessories from Spider's Den. And I've already put like 1,000 energy into it, and I've got no mythicals. So I'm going to do that. Let's just go ahead and do that. Now, I was messing around with my Spider 10 team to see if I could get like a different team than the one I was running. And one of the teams that I put in, which I thought I was trying to get Thor in here. So what I did, I was running. Actually, let me go through here. What team is this? This is this team? Team 6. Okay, so what I did was I was doing Thor, Ragash. Actually, I might have done Ragash. I think I did Ragash in the lead, Thor. And I was trying this team, which I think if I speed tuned it and I set it up right, might work really well. But Asher gives you the weaken. Ragash gives you the decreased defense with the nuke. And then you've got the extra nuke from Thor, and then the boss hit from Newt. So Newt doesn't actually use his weaken and decrease attack. He just goes ahead and nukes the boss. And then you reset, and then everybody does it again. So let me see if this works right now. It's like I think the boss still gets a turn and Thor dies or something, but I think it worked. So this would be priority. I'm wondering if I should use this skill as the first skill, or should I use this skill as the first skill? Maybe I should use this skill as the first skill. Let's use that as the opener. Yeah. I think that's what I want. So let's just go ahead and see. So increase attack, weaken, decrease defense, nuke. And then Newt goes on the boss. Boom, boom, boom. We're under 50%. We get the reset, but I think here Thor dies. No, didn't die this time. Okay. Get the counterattack. So the boss did heal a little bit. It's over 50%. So we're not quite hitting hard enough. But I think Newt's second hit wins. So it's not my best team ever, but I was just trying to see if I could find a cool Thor team to use. So it's a bit, yeah, this one is actually slower than my previous version. My previous version did it in like 40 something seconds. This is 59. That was a pretty slow one. All right. But my original team was this team. Now, what has happened with this team? This team used to clear it in like 10 to 12 turns or something. And it was pretty fast. It was like 35 seconds. What has happened is I rebuilt my Newt and my Artak, and their speeds are now different. And so the tune has broken. It still works. It still works. I've shown this team before, but it used to be that Sissy was faster than Artak, which was key. So they were close in speed. Sissy would go first, then Artak would go. And then when Artak like injured himself and lost health, he got faster. And then he would go before Sissy on the second turn. And so you could line up the HP burns activations really well. But now Artak is like 30 speed faster than Sissia. He used to be like 5 speed slower or something. And I've also speed Newt up like, I want to say like 15 or 20 speed. So he comes in at a different spot as well. So I think he's now he might be faster than Sissia, or I don't know. But so this used to do this in 12 turns in like 30 seconds. But now you can see it's more like, yeah, you can see 10. This was my best team, 10 turns, 32 seconds. So now it's 12 turns, 41 seconds. It's still good. It's still good, but it's not optimized the way it was previously. So anyway, so I'm gonna leave this running for a little bit. Let's go ahead and do 19 of these. No, nah, I'm not gonna be gone for that long. We'll do 14 of these. And I'm gonna go do my stretches and go to the bathroom, and I will be back in just a minute. I'll see you there. Hello. I'm back. All right. So, you know, I need a little graphic that says like Colred has gone to the bathroom. He'll be right back. Because when I left, we had 124 viewers, and now we've got 95. So we lost 30 viewers, which is, it makes sense. I wasn't on the screen. I don't want to watch somebody else's spider runs. I get it, but it's just like sometimes you need to take a break, and it's always like I don't want to take a break because I know I'm going to lose a quarter of my audience. Yeah, doing the drive-in intermission, that'd be a good one. Hey, Great Dane, dude, good to see you. Haven't talked to you in a while, by the way. We should connect. Yeah, so okay, I'll run through this quickly because we do have potentially some new viewers here. In order to be eligible for a free takeover, you have to be a member of my Discord community. There's a link in the description of this live stream. You can go ahead and click on that, and that will get you into the Discord. When you are in the Discord, all you want to do is scroll down until you see an area called the Coaching Corner. In that area, there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. Just join that channel, enter that channel, and then you'll see a message from me. It says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover, and just go ahead and react to that message. That will enter you into the drawing. I'll spin a wheel. The wheel will pick one of the people who have reacted. One of the people who have reacted. One of. So one of the people who has reacted. I should know that by now, but so it'll pick one of the people who has reacted, and that people person will have had one this former takeover. No, okay, I'm losing it. That's how you win a takeover. You could win one every 90 days. So if you have one in the last 90 days, please don't react, because that's just extra work for me to have to figure out that you did win, and then I have to disqualify you, and it takes some time, and it's just not needed. You can react as many times as you like, so go ahead and click all of the reactions, but you're only entered once. So as long as you've reacted once, you're fine. If you win the takeover, I will DM you. You will need to DM me back your login information. I need your email address and your password. Please make sure that those are both correct and current, because sometimes people think it's like, oh, I think it's this email, but it might be this email, and they don't know. That just takes up time too. And yeah, so you can streamline things. I will start the login process, and then you can go ahead and DM me what kind of takeover you would like to have. Again, everything is on the table today except ear cleanses. I'm not doing those because I'm just not up for it. I will give you a role so that you can join the voice channel where I'm hanging out, the coaching voice channel. I would like you to do so that you can hear me in real time. You can go ahead and mute the stream. There is about a 10 or 15 second delay on that, so that's why I want you in the voice channel with me. You will not be able to use your microphone, but you will be able to DM me and hear me in real time. And so that just makes things a little bit more streamlined as well. And then that's it. That's the whole process for everybody. And we're going to spin that wheel in about 2 minutes. So if you have not yet reacted to the message and you do want to take over today, this is the last takeover. So go ahead and react to that as soon as you can. Okay. And this is my Spider Farm team going right now. All right, in the 2 minutes before I spin the wheel, does anybody have a question? I'll whistle a song if you sing along. This is where music would be nice. That's true. That's true. I gotta do better with that. He can glance at my Freya sitting in the hall of summons, says Greg Kern. Well, congratulations on Freya. I am about 90% convinced to go for Freya. This team should work with Drang. Well, technically, yes, but it won't be quite as good because Drang doesn't have an AoE activation. So both Sissia and Artak have AoE activations. If you're missing one of them, you can put in Drang, and if you speed tune them, that champion can activate Drang's HP burns and then put their own HP burns on the next turn. Like, you could do it that way, but it's not going to be as fast. I've run a team with Drang that does work, so you certainly can. Drang is solid for this, but it's not going to be a 30 or 40 second team. It might be a 1 minute team, or something like that. All right, Destania. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Yeah, so if you have Artak and Drang, that's fine, but what you can do is you can have Artak activate Drang's burn. So have Drang go first, put a burn down, Artak will activate them, and then he'll put up his own burns on the next wave of Spiderlings, hopefully. I mean, my first team that beat this didn't have a double activation. It had a single activation, so it absolutely can work. But it's just a little bit slower. And potentially, like, because it's slower, you have to think about survivability a little bit more, so keep that in mind. I hate normal accessories now. I hate them so much. I just want pinpoint accessories. But I did all right here. I got a lot of good accessories there. Let's do one more just because I don't want to hit the energy cap. Have you tried Thor instead of Sissia? Not sure if 2 nukers would be better than the... So what I tried was... So here I've got 2 HP burners. So I tried 2 nukers in a few different combinations. And I did try 1 HP burner with 2 nukers in different combinations. So actually, technically, like I know newts and HP. So this is 2 supports, 2 HP burners, and 1 nuker. But I took the 2 HP burners out and added 2 nukers. So I was actually using 3 nukers, 2 and plus Newt. I didn't take Newt out. He was in all the comps because he has to be. He's easily the best champion to kill bosses that I own. So yeah. So I tried with 3 nukers, and then I tried with 2 nukers and 1 HP burner, and then I tried with the 1 nuker and 2 HP burners, and the 2 HP burners is the fastest comp that I have. Now, that's just for now. It doesn't mean the others won't be faster, but Thor right now is not faster because I don't have him quite... I don't have a team tuned for him. And based on what I currently had, it wasn't enough. So. All right, so let's go ahead and get out of my account. Newt is... yeah, Newt is good. Of all the champions in the game that I want a dupe of, Newt is the #1 champion I want to dupe of. There are champions I would rather have than a dupe Newt, but not that many. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm going to spin the wheel in about 15 seconds, so if you haven't reacted to the wheel yet and you want to, please do so right now. Right now. Right this second. Let me see if I can do all this. Okay, here we go. About to spin the wheel. Sorry, it's taking more effort than I thought it would to run this live stream today. I think one of the things about, and if you don't know, I've had a back injury. A lot of people do know. Most of you probably do know. But I think one of the hardest things about it is that when you are in consistent pain, when it never stops, even if it's say a 4 or 5 out of 10, which honestly, it's more it was at a 9 for a while. Now it's kind of floats between a 5 and a 6. It takes emotional and mental energy to focus on anything, to focus on a conversation, to focus on your job, to focus on your work. So you get more tired faster. And I have trouble recalling words now that much more than I ever did just the last 6 weeks because of this injury. So people will ask me questions and I'll straight up forget the question they asked me 2 seconds after they ask it of me. I'll be having a conversation. I'll be in the middle of a sentence and just lose track of my thought process, which is really tough for videos. Like, I put out that boozer video the other day, which I thought was an important video, and I wanted to treat it really, seriously and do the best that I could. And I'm proud of the video. That was I thought that video was going to take like an hour to produce. That video took like 6 hours to produce. Because I had to redo so many parts of it so many times. So yeah, I'm tired. I'm glad we did this, but I might take next week off depending on how I feel. We'll have to see. Hey, Son is in the house. I'm not on pain meds. No, I've never been on pain meds. My pain medication is it's basically a nerve blocker and then Tylenol. I can't even take Advil. So I'm just on Tylenol and a nerve blocker, but there's no pain meds. Yeah, Justania, it really is. Yeah, Eric. That's genetic. That's in my family as well. Spinal stenosis, and this is not that. Like, that's in my family, and there's a chance that's in my future. But this event is not that particular thing, although I'm not saying it's worse or better. I'm sure it's, back pain is just back pain. Lidocaine patches, good question, Doctor Who. I was using them for a while, and they helped me sleep. But they don't seem to do very much. Like, they'll take just enough of an edge off to help me sleep a little bit better. I was using them, like I was going through them like they were sticks of gum early on. But since I started my PT, I've found that they're less effective than they were originally. And if I'm having trouble sleeping because of the pain, then I put one on, and it tends to help. But that's the only way I use it right now. Yeah, Liv, that's generally good for sleep. The reason I'm struggling with sleep right now has nothing to do with like that though. There's just like I'm uncomfortable, so if I'm uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable. There's not much I can do about it. I do appreciate, everybody wishing me well and checking in. Like, some people are, they've come back 6, 7, 8 times, been like, how's your back doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's well. Like, I really do appreciate it. It's nice to know that I've got a whole community of people in my corner pulling for me. And I'm not one to complain about that kind of stuff. Like, it's just, everybody's got their thing. Like, everybody's got their thing. Eric's got his spinal stenosis. Everybody's got their thing. I got a baby. You've got kids. You're trying to finish your PhD. I have no idea what you're doing. Like, life is hard. You got job and everything. So like, I don't want to sit here and complain about stuff. I'm just kind of explaining why things have been different on the channel and sharing. It's odd because I'm sort of a private person, but I'm also on YouTube. So it's like, this is a private issue, but it is affecting my ability to do this activity. And so I'm just kind of explaining it. And like I said, I appreciate all of the sympathy and well wishes. It means a lot. So, yeah, I'm not on pain meds, darn. I'm not on pain meds, other than Tylenol. And yeah, it's just a normal dose. It's not like an extra dose or anything. So it's not messing with my stomach at the moment. I try to take it as little as possible. I try to use ice and heat and stretching and like all of that as the primary way to manage the pain. I'm generally, like, I'm not against medicine. I think I'm a huge proponent of science and medicine, but I do think that we have a tendency in our culture to like overindulge in the idea of like a pill being the fix, for something. And that's not the way I feel about things. So I'm really into my PT. I'm trying to be really active about it and consistent with it. And then doing the other things that are like, getting up and stretching and icing and heat and all that stuff. Heat then ice. But yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and spin. Oh, we spun. we spun it. I have had spinned the big wheel, and it's Big Fluffy. Congratulations, it's Big Fluffy. Let me send you a DM. Congrats, you are the winner. So Big Fluffy, shoot me your login information, and we will get this party started. Right? It hurts so bad. I can't stop. I can't stop. I don't know why. I don't say it in the rest of my life. It's not like something I do, but I get on a Takeover Tuesday live stream and I'm like, well, get this party started, right? And it just is in my brain. Like somewhere in 1986, this worked its way into my brain and it decided to come out on my live stream 35 years later. You know, like, why? 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 All right. Fluffy's got to take a minute, but has acknowledged their win, so we should be good. So we got a minute or two. Ask your questions. Do you have any questions? Questions about champions, questions about events, questions about things going on in Raid, in the community, questions about anything other than my back. Let's leave that topic alone for now. I think we've covered it enough. I do appreciate your, like I said. But let's talk about something else. Did you get the COVID jab? Not this year, not yet. I have been sick recently. So you can't get it for a couple of weeks after you're sick. I will probably get the COVID jab. We usually do. AI set up for Myth Air. Joshua, that's like a 30-minute to 3-hour conversation. So I do appreciate that you want that information, but I don't like. The best thing I could say is go and watch a video about speed tuning, but check your masteries. Make sure you don't have a mastery that's refreshing a cooldown. That's the most important thing. So if you're trying to avoid messing up a speed tune, the things that mess it up are things like unexpected turn meter fills or speed buffs or buff extensions. Like if you're doing a speed buff and you're extending that speed buff, that could throw off your speed tune. Make sure that you're putting into the calculator your sets, like your speed, perception, sets, all that stuff. Lore of Steel Mastery to make sure that the calculator has your actual speeds. And that's basically what I can tell you. So without actually going onto your account and looking at it with you, that's sort of the short version of what I can do there. Rick Raid Shadow Legends has a question. Hey, I have a question. What set would you recommend for Marishka? I want to build her for PvP and PvE in the same build. It's a good question. I don't have a Marishka. I do think let me see just real quick. Let me pull her up on hellhades.com and take a look at her kit again. My feeling is, she's a cleanser, reviver, champion, buff champion. So let me just do this here. See if I can find it. That worked. Okay. So here's Marishka on hellhades.com. And so she fully restores any allies decreased max HP, then heals all allies by this champion's max HP. 40% is huge, by the way. Places a shield buff and protected strengthen buff on all allies. The value of the shield is equal to her max HP. Removes all debuffs, so she has a cleanse. Fills turn meter by an extra 5% for each debuff removed. I would probably treat her as a cleanser and not a turn meter filler. Do you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't tune her as a turn meter filler. I would tune her as a cleanser and then just use the turn meter as extra benefit. And then she revives when she dies. I would probably build her just fast and tanky. That's all I would do. I would build her fast and tanky. You could certainly put her in Stone Skin. That feels like it would be fine. I don't know that you have to. You could certainly put her in like a budget tanky set like Resilience. You could probably get her into Stalwart. Stalwart would be really nice if you use her in PvP or PvE fights where there's AoE damage, which is most of the dungeons. Pretty much all the dungeons have AoE damage from the bosses. They not pretty much. They all. I don't know if there's a dungeon that doesn't. I'm trying to think if is there a dungeon that actually has only single target damage from the boss? No, right? All the regular dungeons and the advanced dungeons. Maybe one of the potion keeps does. I don't know. But so you could certainly do Stalwart. You could do like a regeneration, kind of immortal setup, but that feels a little. That actually doesn't feel too bad. Immortal could be really good. You want her max HP to be very, very high. So you do want her fast and tanky, but I wouldn't like put like 5k defense on her. Get 2500 to 3500 defense on her if you can. And then just get as much HP as possible. You know, if you can get 90,000 HP on her, do that. That's probably what I would. But you could ask people who have Mariska. You could ask them in my Discord. There are probably a lot of people who have more specific advice for you than I do here. Get a massage chair. That's a good question. That's a good suggestion. Ford or Chevy, Colred? Honestly, neither. Neither. If I had to go with an American car, what car brand would I pick? That's actually a good question. We used to have Chryslers and Plymouths. So Dodges, like that was us when I was a kid. And more recently, I've been more of like a Mazda guy. I have a Mazda. I really like my Mazda. So, you know, I just think whatever you like, you know, just make sure that it's like I buy less for brand and more for need and value. Yeah. So sorry. I know that's not like a typical answer for Ford or Chevy. People are like Ford, Chevy, you know, Dodge, whatever. But like, no, I don't care. I don't care. I do want to. I try to support American manufacturers. I do try to do that. But when I was shopping for my Mazda, I did in fact drive both Fords and Chevys, and there were I drove the Ford Focus and I enjoyed it. But it just wasn't quite as good as the Mazda that I ended up buying. Mazda is made by Ford in the U.S. I didn't know that. Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. I've got Fluffy's information. Let's go ahead and see if it's correct. Fluffy, what's your name in on YouTube? Authentication is up. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get you your role so you can come join me in the channel. Yeah, so jump on into the coaching voice channel with me. You can come hang out and mute the stream. Gotcha. That's what I thought it was. So I feel like I've seen that name in the comments and stuff. And I'm not as familiar with It's Big Fluffy. Hello. All right. Yeah, so I need the authentication number. Oh, wait a second. It just booted me. Let me do it again because it'll be a different number probably. Come on. Okay, now I need the authenticate. Awesome. We are in. Of the free legendaries, which one would you rank biggest game changer? Got the luxury of pulling all of these in like 2 weeks' time. Vizix, Razin, Yannicka, Arbiter, Drex. That's a good question, and it really depends on your account. It's hard to say that one of them is more of a game changer than others. I do think Arbiter is probably the biggest impact champion you'll ever get for Arena, like free. Do you know what I mean? Like, who's not a nuker that you pull or something like that. Like, she's just massively valuable for Arena, 3v3 Arena, Live Arena, Siege. Like, you want an Arbiter, you want a builder. So she's, out of all of those champions, she's the most likely one that you absolutely have to build. After that, I would say Vizix is my favorite. She's awesome for Hydra. She's really usable in a whole lot of content where you need turn meter control. And then Yannicka is probably the one that's hot right now because of the Yannicka Hydra teams. So like that could be a huge game changer if you can put together a Yannicka team. If you can't, then who cares? Because she's just average everywhere else. Like she's fine. I'm not saying she's bad. She's just it's like, nah, I don't know. She's an okay nuker. She's an okay nuker who under certain circumstances can be an excellent. But yeah, so I would say probably Arbiter is the most important. Okay, so let's take a look. We've got Dark Sunfire here. Sun will appreciate that. My editor, whose name is Sun, will appreciate the name of this account if he's watching. And you know, and I know, that he's always watching. I mean, I can't get rid of the guy. He's always there. He's just like hovering over my shoulder. Okay. So let's take a look. We are level 80. That's a really nice place to be. You're well past your 278-day mark here. You are working on C's. So you have, what are you close to 2 years in? You've been playing for a while. Okay. So for Takeover, I'd probably want to focus on Hydra, maybe do some theory crafting. Okay. Also, I didn't know if we'd be messaging in the text chat. No, we'll just be messaging here in, you're doing it right. You're doing it the right way. Just in Discord, DMing me back and forth. So I'll talk to you, you message me. And I get a little beep every time you say something. So hopefully I'll be paying attention. Yeah, so let's take a look at the roster. Let's start with legendaries. 71 legendaries. Yeah, on and off for about 2 years. Okay. Got some nice legendaries here. Got a double Stultus down here. You got a Fushan. You got a Herndig. You got your Eric's. Eric's, by the way, is awesome. I do want Herndig. Herndig's one of those non-void legendaries that I actually would really enjoy pulling at some point. I've had him on other accounts, and I miss him. You've got an Ethos who is awesome. You've got a Samson who, by the way, like I've never pulled this champion. I've never really thought that much about this champion, but every time I come up against this champion, either in Cintranos or in Live Arena, he seems to stomp me into the dirt. So if you're a Samson player, please message me sometime and tell me how to use this champion or counter this champion. Because, oh, you've got Herndig right there. That's a dupe Herndig. Okay. You've got Mishinaki, who's, yeah, awesome. You've got 3. Wow, you got 3 Stultuses. Okay. You got your Brachus, got your Wukong, UDK, Wixwell, Mithrala, Vizix, Rathalos. You've got your Artak, Ninja. All right. Go ahead and take a look at your epics. There's your +3 Mordecai, +3 Doom Priest, +2 Deacon. You got your Madame Saris, your Ferric the Fat. You got a Seeker, a Lure, Geo. You notice how I skipped right over Geo? I don't even see him. I like me some Sanguinia. Ever since the HH free-to-play challenge this year, I just love Sanguinia. She's so good. You got a Skrank down here, who's I also really like, and you do have an Ugo. Okay, so tell me about your Hydra a little bit. Like, what are you currently hitting, and you know, what are you hoping to do? Like, are you just hoping to improve, or are you trying to specifically like take on Nightmare? Is there a goal you have in mind? Dark Sunfire here has 26 million on normal and nothing on hard. You've used one key. Yeah, that makes sense. My guess would be the team that you're running could do hard. Like, I don't know what, like, if you just took the same team into hard, you would probably one key hard, or you'd get close. Like, maybe you'd have to tweak it just a tiny bit, because you're getting almost 27 million here. And for hard, it's not a huge jump up, and you only need 20 million. So I do think that this team could do it. But let's go ahead and theory craft some teams and think about what we need to make this a little bit more hard hitting. Okay. So if I just look at the team that you have, remember we have 6 heads we're trying to counter, right? We're trying to find solutions for all 6 heads. Now, certain heads are more important to handle than other heads, and some, like in certain compositions, can be ignored entirely. But typically, we need that Provoke, right? Provoke's really important. And then on top of the Provoke, we need the Hex. Those are usually the 2 top priorities, Provoke and Hex. And the reason Hex is so important isn't because you can't build a comp that just ignores the Head of Mischief, because you can actually. It's entirely possible to just build a good Mischief tank or 2 and avoid the Head of Mischief pretty much entirely until it devours somebody. The problem is the Head of Mischief is the fastest head, and so it's the most likely head to devour your champions because it gets the most turn. So on top of that, if you can't hit the Head of Mischief directly because it doesn't have a Hex on it, and then you just have to hit it with AoEs, and that can be problematic for some compositions. So it's generally best to go ahead and get an AoE Hex. That also will just increase your damage, because now your hits just deal extra damage on AoEs. So you have your Mithrala here, so you have your Hex, and you have your Vizix, so you have your Provoke. Now you also happen to have a Slow, which I think is probably the 3rd most important debuff to have, even more than like a decreased defense or a decreased attack or anything. I think Slow is the most important, because it basically allows you to not only get more turns than the boss, therefore generate more damage and put out more debuffs, but it allows you to just build your tune a little bit slower. You know, like, you don't have to worry as much about getting outraced. As you go up in difficulty, the speed does increase, so you have to be aware of that. Now, if you're not sure about all the stats, you can always go to hh.com, hellhades.com, just like we were doing before. I just gotta click on the thing. Gotta find it. So here you just come to the raid stages tool and go to clan boss. I'm sorry, don't go to clan boss, go to Hydra. Any rotation is good. They're all six heads are in every rotation, so it doesn't really matter. So let's say we'll look at normal. And you can see the speeds are like, okay, 100 for the Head of Suffering, which is the slowest, to Head of Mischief at 210. So that's the fastest. You can see Head of Decay is pretty fast. And these are the two heads that you have to handle the most, right? The Head of Decay and the Head of Mischief. Yes, that's right. And Head of Decay is the... yeah, okay. So Head of Decay and Head of Mischief. So these are the two fastest. So you typically want to be running everybody faster than the bosses are going. You can like build them slower if you have a speed aura or an increased speed buff or some turn meter fill. Now, if I'm looking at your team, you don't have that. You have some turn meter fill that will happen for the leader off of Shamail's skill. Let me look at Duchess real quickly. Because this is not a champion I've ever pulled, but I just want to make sure. I don't think she has any kind of turn meter fill, right? No. Okay. She does have a speed aura, but you're not using it. So you don't have any additional speed in your team. I always do that. I see this dragon and I think it's that's the clan boss. It's not. Clan boss is over here. I don't know why I do that. I do that all the time. Okay. So this team is not bringing any real speed increase or turn meter fill. And as a result, your damage cap is limited, but also all the things that you do to like keep your team alive, like getting that provoke out there, getting the hex out there, those also happen less frequently. All that has to happen for this team to fail is for you to miss one provoke, and then the Head of Decay removes all of the debuffs, removes the slow that you have out there, removes the hex out there. The Head of Mischief grabs your Shamail or grabs your Mishinaki, and you can't free him, and game over. Right? So like you can't fail a provoke, you can't fail a hex, you can't fail a slow, and you certainly can't have them cleansed right after placing. And that's the struggle with your team. It's not that these aren't good champions. These are great champions. They're all good. They're all good Hydra champions. And even in combination, they're solid. They're not bad. You're getting 20 million. But the reason you're not getting more than that is because this team is just slow. That's the only problem with the team, really. It wouldn't hurt to have like a little bit more in the team in terms of debuffs for damage, or like, because right now I think you have Mishinaki who has decreased defense. So like maybe you could get actually you're doing okay. If you have decreased defense and you have hex, you're probably fine. Never mind. That's not as big a deal. I was gonna say, like, get the weaken out there, but you get an increased attack, you get an increased defense. But one of the things is like Shamail, he does damage, but I don't think of him really as a Hydra damage dealer. He's primarily there to remove the fears and handle the Head of Torment. He does have that A2, I think it is, his like hard hitting skill. It's a triple hitter. It hits really hard, and if you build him for damage and it ignores defense, you can actually have it ignore 100% of defense. He can free up other champions. So he can, like, whoever's devoured, he can do the job, if he's built well, of getting those champions free. He gets the increased attack from Mithrala. So that's good. But what I would probably say here is you've gone too far in the direction of defense. You have Wixwell, who's got a decreased attack, who's got that shield, who grows that shield, has the buffs and all that stuff. So he's giving you a lot of survivability, but you also have Mithrala, who's giving you shields, increased defense, and strengthen. So there's a lot of overlap between Wixwell and Mithrala. You have Vizix giving you ally protect. You've got Duchess giving you veils or perfect veils plus the passive that she gives you. So you've got so much defense here, and a lot of it does defense in the same way. They're all great champions, but they don't all need to be together. So I think what I would probably do, I know Wixwell's your backup provoke, so that's tricky to remove. But I think that having Shamail and Duchess in the same team is a bit of overkill. They do the same job of handling the Head of Torment, because when perfect veils are up or veils are up, the Head of Torment doesn't land fears. So there's kind of a lot going on here. In addition, let me just double check this because I don't have Mishinaki on my main account, and it's been a while since I've looked at his kit. But I think he's giving you a decreased defense and an AoE hex. Is he doing both? So he's got hex. He removes all buffs from each target. Okay, so he's your buff strip, and he's putting out hex. And he is giving you a decreased defense and decreased attack if they have a hex. Okay, so he's... yeah, plus the HP burn on his A1 and the chance to counterattack. So he's phenomenal. He's giving you a ton of stuff. But that means that decrease attack, right? Like you're getting double from... Wixwell. He gives you a decreased attack and an increased defense. So the increased defense is doubling up with Mithrala. The decreased attack is doubling up with Mishinaki. The provoke is doubling up with Vizix. You've got the hex doubling up from Mithrala and Mishinaki. So like you think, well, if increased defense is good, then 2 increased defenses is better. But it's also kind of a waste, right? Maybe we can bring in something that we don't have, like turn meter fill, an increased speed buff, something like that. And just speed alone would probably increase the impact of your team. So like the first thing I would do, if I didn't change a single champion, the first thing I would do is just swap in Duchess as the lead. Like if you can't change a single champion, if you put Duchess in the lead, chances are you're going to get a better result. If you need that accuracy buff from Mithrala in order to land debuffs from any of your other champions, they need to be rebuilt. Okay, let me read what Fluffy's been saying. Yeah, you're trying to go for 100% uptime on debuffs, and that's why you're doubling up on champions. Like, I understand that. And by the way, like conceptually, there's a good idea here, right? That in execution you can see is not like it's a good idea, but it's not as efficient as it could be, right? And as your roster gets bigger, you have more options to bring champions in and maybe be a little bit more efficient. But if you're trying to go for 100% uptime on buffs and debuffs, the better way to do it is to go faster. Speed is the universal multiplier. I talk about this all the time. But like, if you ran half as many champions twice as fast, they would still cover the same amount of buffs and debuffs. And that would allow you to get in 3 different champions who did different jobs, right? So it's like, if we could just run Mishinaki faster, he gives you decreased defense, decreased attack, AoE hex. What else do we say? The HP burn. He strips buffs. Like, that's crazy value from one champion. That frees you up from needing to do the other champions. Now, one of the things about Vizix is, like, if you look at Vizix, there are 2 things actually about Vizix that we should probably talk about. So the first is that her provoke and her decreased speed are on a 3-turn cooldown, and they're on different skills. And so what that means is if you put the slow out first, you can potentially come around to the provoke if you're fast enough before the boss ever goes. You can get 2 turns to 1 turn. And it's more valuable to go in this order. You want the decreased speed and then the provoke. Because if you put the provoke out first, then the boss is building up its turn meter at full speed until you land the decreased speed. So their second round, like they're going to cleanse that provoke very quickly. But the only way to do this is to run her at like 250, 260 speed and then have a speed boost and turn meter fill. Like you have to run her very, very fast to be able to land a decreased speed and then a provoke, even at hard mode, right? So this is where like having coverage can help. Let's say you have somebody else who has a slow or somebody else who has a provoke on their A1 like Wixwell, you know, and then you're like, okay, then I can let her do the slow. Wixwell will do the first provoke and then I'll overlap them. I think of all of the skills for a Hydra that you want to have a backup for, the best one is probably provoke because like I said, if Vizix misses one provoke, the cascade effect will end your run. I love running Mithrala and Vizix together because Vizix puts out Ally Protect, but she doesn't have a self buff for like defense. She does a shield, I think, right? She puts a little shield on herself, but she doesn't have like an increased defense or a strengthen. And so I think that Mithrala really supports her survivability so she doesn't die when the Ally Protect is up. And you have to use the Ally Protect because you really have to use the slow. You're not going to turn off the slow. So I do like that combo. So let's look at your roster and think like who can generate a lot of speed for us. So Deacon is a nice cheap option. He gives you a decreased defense. Mishinaki's already got that covered. Probably not the best, but he is cheap. So for like if you're trying to do like a second team, do you know what I mean? If you're trying to do one at normal and then one at hard, you could use Deacon as your lead for the normal one. I do like Madame Saris potentially for this because she has a removes all buffs plus a decreased attack plus a decreased defense. Again, probably don't need her with Mishinaki, but she's even better than Mishinaki at... No, I'm sorry, she's not. Never mind. I think he's on a 3-turn cooldown, right? He's on a 3-turn. So that's fine. Wukong. Yeah, potentially Wukong's another guy because he gives you not only a buff strip but a block buffs, and then you do have an Ugo. Where's your Ugo? I saw you had an Ugo at 50, I think, right? There she is. So this is also a decreased defense and a block buffs. So here, this is a buff strip with a block buffs. This is just a buff strip with like a decreased defense, and then this is a block buffs with a decreased defense. So you have 3 different combos, right? So these are, for right now, these 3 champions will be like your normal, hard, and brutal block buff or block buff strip champions. And you can kind of determine who's more valuable in which spot based on the team composition you put around them. So for instance, you know, this is the Hex. So it's like, this is going to fit the, you know, Mishinaki is going to fit the Hex role. Do you have a third Hex champion? Let's go ahead and see. You do. You have several. You have all of them. you have a lot of them. I like Cleopteryx. I've never really liked her enough to overly invest in her. It's a 3-turn Hex on a 4-turn cooldown. That's nice. That's actually really nice. I know she hits decently hard. She also puts an increased accuracy on herself, so you can build her with a little bit less accuracy. She has a crit rate and crit damage buff for herself with another AoE. So this is an AoE. This is an AoE. And then she's got a weaken on her A1. And she counterattacks if she loses. Okay. So Cleopteryx is certainly one to consider. especially seeing as you already have her 5-star ascended. Now, Scored, I wasn't a huge fan of. I didn't go for. But he does place a Hex, AoE Hex for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. He's got some built-in sustain. He's got some turn meter fill for himself. Increase attack for himself. So yeah, if you like him, you could certainly build him out. And then I think that a Kemptum is absolutely a great epic option. So before I would build Vildrax or Urtakata, I would build a Kemptum. Because he's got the speed aura, he's got the AoE Hex, he's a triple hitter, he's got a triple hitter on the A1, poisons, all that stuff. He's got some built-in sustain as well. So you can figure out who your third Hex champion should be. You could even, like, you might end up building more than one of these champions. You might end up building Cleopteryx and Scored and a Kemptum, all, you know, I'm saying in the long run you might. But for right now, if you like Scored, build them. You know, if you'd prefer to invest in a Kemptum, do that. Like, I don't think there's a bad choice here. Just kind of depends on the rest of, you know, what you're trying to do with that team. They're all also damage dealers, right? Like these two, like Mithrala especially is a support tank, and Mishinaki is like a damage dealer, kind of tanky damage dealer. So these are all different, like these are all the same kind of style as each other, but different than the ones that you currently have. So that's good. That's not a bad thing. Let's look at your provoke champion. All right, Seeker. Seeker provides a lot of extra turn meter fill. You have him at 6 stars. He's got a provoke on his A1. This is a really good champion to potentially throw in as your backup provoker, and he might generate a lot of extra damage. He's also an increased attack champion. You also have 2 Vogoths at 50. Vogoth is a really nice champion to take at 60 somewhere on your roster. Can help you with Bommel, can help you in a lot of interesting places, can even be used in PvP, can kind of be tricky to work around, kind of like a UDK in a different way, right? As a healer, not a damage blocker. But has an AoE provoke. It's not 100% chance. And there's an affinity issue, right? Like sometimes I think the head of Decay is Force affinity and magic affinity. So half the time Vogoth, like, you know, because the affinity changes on rotations. I don't think it's ever spirit affinity. So Vogoth will be negative affinity sometimes, whereas Vizix never is, because Vizix is obviously, you know, void. But Seeker likewise will be weak affinity half the time because there's a force affinity head of Decay. So, you know, I do think those are 2 good provokers to have. I like Iron Brago. You know, again, this is the downside of like a legendary whose AoE provoke isn't 100%. I'm kind of like, that's a little bit frustrating. So I do like Iron Brago. But you know, you haven't booked him yet. You've got other top priorities for legendaries. I would probably say not going to be the provoker. You could certainly build out Husk at some point. Husk is a max enemy max HP nuker who also happens to have an A1 provoke. Again, it's when booked, it's only a 40% chance, but sometimes that can save you. So you could certainly run him as your damage dealer with, say, Vizix and get a little bit of extra coverage from your provoke. You could also run UDK. I've run UDK in Hydra before. He provides sustain, right? He gives you a shield. He's got a decreased attack, and he's got continuous heals. Plus, he's got that A1 provoke at a 50% chance. So, you know, you've got one with Brimstone. So that's certainly an option. So you've got a lot of options. I'm just curious about Prundar's percent chance. 50, 60, 75? Wow. 75% chance. That's really nice. Has a 50% chance of counterattacking when an enemy under a provoked debuff attacks this champion or an ally, and could land a decreased speed on the A1 at a 45% chance. Pondar's not bad. That's a void epic. That's not bad at all. Sorry, I got distracted. Vogoth and Naya together in Hydra. That's an interesting combo. That's certainly an interesting combo. So I mean, Naya, where is your Naya? Okay. So Naya has an A1 with a decreased speed. And the really nice thing about having an A1 AoE is that you're bringing somebody who can always affect the head of mischief. The problem is when the head of Wrath is up, you can't avoid hitting the head of Wrath with your A1. And the head of Wrath stacks up those, like every hit stacks up his whatever revenge counter, I think it's called. And then when he gets to 15, he nukes your team. Right? So sometimes an AoE A1 can be tricky. But the nice thing about Naya is, yeah, you have this decreased speed. You could even put her in a cursed set if you wanted, or you could put her in a provoke set to like give you additional help with that particular task, whether you're trying to improve your hex application or your provoke application. She has this cleanse that's a nice big heal, but the big part about this skill is not the cleanse or the heal, it's the cooldown reduction. You reduce all of the target skills by 2 turns. So this allows somebody on your team to get cooldown reduction over and over and over again and just be more effective at what they do. Now, the downside to Naya is she's really, really hard to tune in a full auto team. Typically, if you're running Naya, you must manual the team in order for this skill to be used properly. And that is a big, like, negative, like con, whatever you want to call it, for most people. Like, they want to build a team and have it run full auto, and they don't want to have to manual. Now, Hydra is a place where manualing can be very beneficial, so if you're not averse to manualing, then White Dryad Naya can be really good for that reason. She also has an ally protect and a lesser strengthen. I actually find you're usually better off not using this skill. You want to turn it off because, like Vizix, she sometimes dies based on her ally protection. Like, she'll just get killed because of her ally protection. She's not inherently tanky enough, even with this mini strengthen, to really survive that. Now, if you're using her in conjunction with like a Mithrala, right, or you're using her in conjunction with somebody who's giving her a lot, like a Wixwell, like a lot of help in staying alive, then you can leave this ally protection on, and that could really protect some of your squishier supports and stuff, or nukers. But yeah, so there are some teams that run either Naya or even double Naya that can be like crazy strong in Hydra. I don't run those teams because I don't have, like, I've gotten a second copy of Naya, but I've always empowered her. So it's like, you can look into those teams if you're interested. I can't really be your guide in that case, but you should know that those are out there. I do really like her A1. She's the only epic. I think she's the only epic or lower rarity champion in the game who has an AoE decreased speed on their A1. People can fact check that for me. That was true when she came out. I'm not sure if it's still true. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else who's come in with a big version of decreased speed on an AoE on their A1. And this is a decent chance. It's a 50% chance. This is a very good A1 for an epic champion. It's an amazingly good A1. There are other champions, like Sylar I think she has a 100% chance on a decreased speed, but it's not on an A1. Okay, so if we were going to improve the team that you're currently running, the idea is to like reduce some of the redundancy and then increase your speed. Let's look at, like, other than Seeker, do you have, and Deacon, do you have anybody who really increases your speed? So let's look for positive effects, turn meter fill. Obviously Lysandra, right? Lysandra is great for turn meter fill. Increased speed, fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%, plus she's got an aura of 24 speed in all battles, and you're running Brimstone on her. So you can certainly bring her in. She's not going to end up in your brutal team or your nightmare team, but she might do for normal or hard. She might really help you speed up a team that needs some speed, and you know, at the lower levels, and do quite well. Plus, she's like awesome in arena. She's also great in Doom Tower. That speed aura of 24% in all battles, that's the biggest. No, it's not anymore. It was the biggest all battle speed aura in the game for several years. And I still think it's the largest for legendaries and below, but I think there's a larger one from Mythic Champions. I think what's her face? Arbaeus has a bigger one. 25%. So you can see ally speed in all battles 25%. I don't know if anybody has a bigger one than this, but Lysandra's 24% speed is huge. That's massive. So you could certainly throw her in, build her out, build her as just as fast and tanky as possible. She doesn't need to land. Well, no, you're going to build her for arena, so never mind. You want her to have accuracy to land her other stuff, even though you're not going to use it in Hydra. Could Shu Zhen be utilized for Hydra? Good question. I think she has turn meter fill, right? She also has an instant turn activation. Let me find her. Another champion I've never pulled and want to. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 20% and places a 30% increased speed buff on them for 2 turns. So yes, this would speed up your team. Also has a 100% chance not only of decreasing the turn meter, but placing a decreased speed buff on all enemies for 2 turns. This is on a 4-turn cooldown. So that's a little bit on the downside. But let's see, does she have... Increases champion accuracy equal to the amount of speed they have. Target ally is under a sheep debuff. Is not under a sheep debuff. So yeah, I mean, if you'd rather build her instead of Lysandra, she could potentially... She won't... I don't know that she'll give you quite as much speed, because even with the speed buff, it's on a 4-turn cooldown. However, if you're running a Wixwell in one of the comps, she might be good to pair with the Wixwell because he extends the duration of buffs. Right? So, like, if we're thinking about splitting up some of these champions, if we're like, okay, we're not going to run Mithrala and Wixwell in the same team, then when you pull Wixwell and you put him in another team, you might be like, well, maybe I should pair him up with Shu Zhen because she has this 4-turn cooldown, but if I extend the buffs, now you're going to have it up for 3/4 of the time. You know, so that might be something to think about. Yeah. Let's go back to... We're looking for positive effects, turn meter fill. So Herndig just... I don't think he fills enemies turn meter, does he? I mean, allies turn meter, does he? I think he just fills his own. Right? Fills this champion's turn meter. Yeah, so he just fills his own. Same thing with, like, you know, like Maneater fills his own. What about Danak? I don't know this guy well at all. Fills this champion's turn meter. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Ninja's A1 fills his own turn meter. Hymar fills his own turn meter. No, all allies. I mean, certainly Kymar can be very good because of the reset. You know, so you could consider using him. And could you use him with a Naya? There's probably some team out there that uses those two in conjunction. Fellhound has an A1 speed down, but isn't it the lesser speed? Isn't Fellhound's the 15% speed, not the 20 or whatever it is, 25% speed? You got me thinking about it now. It's a 15% decrease speed. Right? So I'm talking epic or below. So epic, rare, or uncommon, not legendary. Epic, rare, or uncommon, who has an AoE with a decreased speed that is the large decreased speed, 30%. It's 30%, right? Decreased speed. This is a good skill. I'm not saying it's not, and you could certainly use it in a pinch. Yeah, Astrid has a great decrease speed, but we don't have an Astrid, do we? Yeah, we don't have Astrid on this. Not unless she's in the vault. Maybe I missed her. No. All right, now let's talk damage for a second, because I do think you're potentially missing out on a very good damage dealer. Actually, a couple that you could think about, but one that you have built right now is Artak. Artak's extremely good in Hydra. And he actually brings you more than you might think, because he brings you a decrease attack on his HP burn, right? And it's 100% chance on a 3-turn cooldown up for 2 turns. Again, he's got affinity issues, you know, so like sometimes the Head of Wrath, I think the Head of Wrath is the Head of Wrath Spirit and Force? I think the Head of Wrath is Spirit and Force, but I might be wrong. So he's going to be weak affinity half the time, but getting that decreased attack on the Head of Wrath is incredibly valuable. And HP burns and HP burn activations are a great way to deal damage to Hydra, because you're going to hit, and he's got an AoE A1. So literally every hit is an AoE. Again, that Head of Wrath is an issue, but he's bringing his own decrease attack. So I do think that Artak is a damage dealer you could highly consider. I think Wukong must be, without a doubt, must be on one of your teams. Probably your hardest hitting team. Like probably your highest level team. Because as long as you have enough accuracy, now your Wukong's not built. Okay, you got to build your Wukong. Let's just look at the champions on your account. Like we just look at all of the champions on your account, and you have some good champions. But Wukong has to be built. I don't know that you have a better arena champion than Wukong on your account. Like, I'm not talking about just nuker. I'm just talking about arena champion. Buff strip, nuke, ignore defense, sheep. Like he's insanely good. He needs to be built on your account. He's your main arena nuker. You just happen to take the. Got it. You took the gear off today. Okay, so he should go into Hydra, which means he needs accuracy. Now you can get that accuracy from a lot of places. You know, like you can get some from your Great Hall, right? Get that accuracy. You know, for Wukong. here. You can go into your area bonuses, like, and drop some accuracy into Hydra battles. Like, this is a really good place to put accuracy. You should definitely try if you can, and it doesn't you don't just hate it. Do a little bit of live arena. Try once or twice a week to do your 5 to 10 battles. And you'll just slowly build up your area bonuses over time. And the amount of extra stat power you can get from this is kind of ridiculous. And this is for everybody, you don't need to be good at live arena to win medals. What happens is if you lose 3 battles in a row, you get a bot. Like, it doesn't say it's a bot, but it's a bot. And you can win 95% of the battles against the bot if you know it's a bot. It picks bad teams. It'll always ban your leader. There's like all sorts of things that it does that you can just kind of learn how to beat the bot. So worst case scenario is you're going to win 25% of your battles. And that can be frustrating, but you will build your area bonuses and it's worth it. Plus, you get, like, if you come in here, you get these, rewards. And the rewards are good. As you go up, the rewards get better and better. You get gems. There's 100 gems here. There's, shards, 300,000 silver, 4-star chickens, 4 energy refills. Like, that's nice. Void shard. So come in here and, work your way up to wherever is comfortable. And then if you can win, 30 to 40% of your battles, it's worth it. And generally you can do that. Got to do it. Every time I see that dot, got to do it. Okay, so obviously Wukong and Mishinaki and Ugo, they don't go on the same team, right? We already talked about that. But because Wukong is also a hard-hitting champion, he does that double duty. He's a buff stripper, he's a debuff blocker or buff blocker, but he also hits hard, and he revives himself, which is really nice. It can be a thing where, like, he might get a devour on him, but then he'll die, and then like, that can extend it a little bit, and it'll bounce to somebody else. But that means that, like, he's the nuker, right? Like, the worst champion to be devoured typically is your provoker, and the second worst champion to be devoured is your nuke. So he's going to free up whoever actually gets devoured. That's kind of my point. Like, so it's hard to devour Wukong. He typically doesn't get devoured. He dies first, and then he comes back, and then he helps you free that champion. So yeah. And I do like Herndig as a debuffer. So decreased defense, decreased accuracy. That decreased accuracy could really help your team, especially at lower levels. And he hits hard. So let me just throw this out there. Like, what questions do you have? Like, do you want us to? Maybe we can build a team. No, can we build a team? We can build. Go ahead in here and do you want to build a team? You want to, like, kind of theory craft a couple of teams? Why don't we start with the Duchess team? So Duchess gives you a lot of survivability. She gives you a revive. And she handles the head of Torment. So we're not going to put Shamail on her team. Okay. Now we need a Hex. Now she gives so much survivability, I'm not going to put her in a team with Mithrala. So I'm going to leave Mithrala out of this team. And that means we need to put Mishinaki in the team, because right now he's the other Hex champion. He's also survivable. He's giving you a decreased attack, a decreased defense, a Hex, and a buff strip. Ton of stuff. I wouldn't mind, like, a block debuffs or whatever, like, on top of that. But for right now, that's fine. So what do we need? Like, after this, we still need a provoke. So provoke is really important. Now, our best provoker is Vizix. I got to go back to the Provoke Champions. I've already forgotten. I do like me some Tarshawn too, but it's not he's not really a provoker. Giz card's not bad. It's actually got a 75% chance on a 3-turn cooldown. It's got some other stuff, but like, yeah, provoker is kind of where you're in trouble here. If we don't take Vizix with this team, then okay. All right. So why don't we say, just for the time being, like you're gonna need you'd love a Bible of the Thorn, you'd love, like, I mean, even like a Duke the Pierced would be really good for you. There are other provokers who are just going to be consistent. You want another provoker, or a backup provoker. But for right now, let's go ahead and put in Seeker. And actually what we're going to do is we're going to put Seeker in the second spot, just so his passive might play. He has a chance to spread an increased defense to the rest of the team. Might not matter ever, but it's just good to have him in the second spot. Then we'll put Mishinaki here. That's plenty of turn meter fill with the speed aura. That should be enough speed, hopefully. Like, again, this is probably your normal team. Maybe it's your hard team. It's not a brutal team. Like, we don't have the setup for a brutal team just yet. But let's go ahead and start there. Now let's think about buff strips and blocks. He's got a buff strip, so we don't really need a block necessarily. The problem with not having a block buffs debuff is that the head of Mischief will get buffs and will potentially spread it. So he can strip those, but they're going to get the buffs, which is going to potentially reduce the damage. They might get increased speed buffs. They might get, increased defense buffs. They might get increased attack buffs. They will get buffs. It's generally better to have a block buffs debuff up than just a buff stripper. But for the lowest level, this might be, like, for normal, this might be fine. Yeah, now for, I'm trying to think of what we would need specific, like, I'm not loving the team. I'm not really loving the team. Who do we bring in for damage on this team? Yeah, Monkey, Artak, and Rathalos are a great combo, but I'm thinking about them for the next level of team. Right? Like, Artak and Rathalos, awesome combo for damage. You get decreased attack, you get the AoE HP burn, the AoE HP burn activation, and then you get Rathalos, who gets more damage off of those HP burns. So I like that combo a lot, and I am thinking about it, but I think that's the the difficulty above this. You have Cupidus and Venus? I didn't see Cupidus anywhere. I saw Venus. You actually have 2 copies of Venus, right? Oh, there's your Cubicus. And you have them built. Okay. Just 1 copy of Venus. Am I missing something of Venus? Yeah, okay. I thought there was 2 copies. So Cupidus is interesting because he's an AoE HP burner. He is he's mostly AoE. Like this is a single target, but he does have an AoE A1. Venus she has a weaken and a decreased defense on the same skill, which is incredibly valuable. She's got an AoE HP burn. This is a little bit weird because she has an AoE HP burn and he has an AoE HP burn. And they're both 100% chance, I think. But neither of them activate. Which is a little bit weird. Like they're a duo, but they have this weird overlap. Like it would be cool if one of them put it, the HP burn on and the other one activated them. That would be cool. But they both put on HP burns. I guess you'll have really good uptime on HP burns, but you're not going to activate them for damage. But yeah, those 2 would be a great combo for damage. Got a condition, like a sort of buff strip. I mean, you've also got Sissia here. Who's another HP burner with activation, with a decreased defense and a weaken. The decreased defense is conditional, but she usually lands it in Hydra because she just needs to land 2 HP burns. Or there just need to be 2 HP burns out there. She doesn't even have to land them. I don't think you're hurting for damage. You got tons of great damage, right? You got Mishinaki, you've got Artak, you've got Herndig, Ninja, Wukong. Where's Rathalos? You have Rathalos. You have Ethos, who actually is a beast. I mean, a lot of AoE damage, Void Affinity, destroys enemy max HP, like has extra turn mechanics, has a weaken if you want to put accuracy in there. You don't have to. So certainly he can be a damage dealer. So like damage is not the problem. The problem is figuring, this is where I always run. This is the same thing I run into when I'm working on my own teams, which is like, how do I get everything in I want and then still have enough left over to get everything I want into a second team and still have enough left over to get everything I want into my third team? So it's like you're never, when you're building a Hydra team, you're rarely building one Hydra team. You're considering 25 champions for 18 spots in combinations of 6 for 3 teams. That's where it gets complicated, right? So if you just want to build one Hydra team, no problem. Build a Hydra team. You're fine. But now you're starting to think about like, well, what we're doing here with your teams is we're thinking about the redundancies, right? We're like, okay, so we want to potentially, we have all these great Hydra teams or Hydra champions, but we got the Wixwell and we got the Mithrala and we got the, the Vizix and we've got the Mishinaki and we've got the Duchess. And it's like, all this is overlapping and you're like, there's a lot of wasted skills there. There's a lot of redundant skills there. But as soon as you remove one of those champions, you're missing something, right? Like, I think the only champion you can realistically pull out of there and say you're not missing anything is Wixwell. Once you pull Wixwell out, you're like, yeah, your Provoke's gotten a little bit sketchier. But the only thing you're really losing that's unique is the buff extension, and you don't need it. You don't have to have a buff extension. Yeah, it's definitely hard. This is what I find most challenging about building Hydra teams, is keeping everything in mind for all 3 teams. On my account, I've built 2 very good teams and one totally trash team that's made up of great Hydra champions I just happen to have on my roster and who do the job on normal. They get 80 million on normal because they're awesome champions and they're built really well and I've got a completed great haul. You know, it's not because I put together a good team. And they're just like the leftover guys, but they're missing stuff. You know, they're missing, like, they don't have a perfect Veil or a Shamail or anything. They have no way to handle the Head of Torment. They just get feared a lot. But they still do 80 million damage just because they're overpowered. You know, so it's like that's where you often end up. Is like, oh, I can build one really good team, or I can build maybe two really good teams, but the third one, it's like there's so many moving parts. So I do think that Royal Guard is a very good option because one of the things I was thinking about for this team is where's the slow coming from? And Royal Guard has a 4-hit random slow. So that at least gives you an option here. And now I'm looking at this and I'm like, everybody's magic affinity here. So I'm like, is that a problem? So, there's like so many considerations. So let's just go back to the champions. I want to look for your slow debuffs. Because we already know, some people. Ooh, Staltis has one. Does he have an AoE slow? Attacks all enemies. Has a 100% chance of placing a decreased speed on enemies whose attack is equal to or lower than their defense. I'm pretty sure all of the champions have higher all of the heads have higher defense than attack, right? Let me just go look at the. No, they all have they don't. Most of them have higher attack. Okay, let me go up to brutal difficulty. They still all have higher attack, except for the Head of Suffering. So that's not going to work. Yeah, I mean, an A1 slow is nice, but it's not enough. You need an AoE slow. Yeah, Necrit does, but so I think it's Shuzhen and Vizix. I think those are our two options at the moment. With, looking forward, potentially a White Dryad Naya comp. But one of the things about her is, right, it's not 100%, whereas these two are 100%. And this is an increased speed. So if we did that, let's say we took that out, and we did, let's say we put her in, just for a second. I'm just kind of thinking, I want to see it visually. We go through, and then we did what we were talking about with the Artak and the Rathalos. We have no healing. We have no leech. We have no cleanse. No block debuff. No shields. No, we do have. We have touch. Oh. That gives us a second provoke and some sustain. And if you put Vogoth in a regeneration and an immortal build, that might be enough. Ooh, we do have this. You don't need Duchess and Rector Drath. That's doubling up. Who are our other healers? This is not bad. You could always use that. It's a little bit of sustain. We have this, which is not bad, but we don't really need to double up on revivers. So where do we get? I mean, this is a little mini cleanse and some healing. And a block debuffs. And this leaves one spot for... I mean, the question is, can Ugo keep this team alive with Duchess? Like, is that enough? Is that enough to keep everybody alive? At normal, probably, yeah. And that's what we were doing here. We're saying this is a normal team. Probably. Let me quickly look and see. Do you have any champions who have an AoE leech? You have Deacon, right. Right. But that's a single target leech. Oh, you do have Gwendolyn. Okay. And you also have Wither. That Wither would provide a lot to a team. What does Gwendolyn have? Decreased speed and a leech debuff on a 3-turn cooldown. That's a really nice. Also decreased accuracy. That's really nice. So Gwendolyn could certainly be built in the future. And this is a damage dealer who's bringing you, the decreased speed and the leech and stuff like that. So that actually gives you a little bit of flexibility because like utility damage dealers are highly valuable for Hydra. Sometimes you just go with a straight up nuke like a Trunda, right? Or a Yannicka or, whoever. Like you do those too. I'm not saying you don't. But often like Wukong's and Gwendolyn's and, champions that bring damage and something else, like an R-Tac who brings you that decreased attack, like that can really be the way you go in team, in your Hydra team. So that's a good point. UDK, you're right, Live Wild. UDK does bring sustain and a backup provoke. That's a good point. And to decrease attack. Now, we already have a decreased attack, but we would lose our cleanse, which is not the worst thing in the world. It's only a mini cleanse anyway. It's it's a one thing cleanse. A one debuff cleanse. So UDK here could give us an additional A1 provoke in a different affinity, plus those shields with that sustain and the continuous heals. And now we definitely need a damage dealer. We've got Mishinaki, who's a damage dealer. We need a second hard-hitting damage dealer. Yeah, UDK is, I've run UDK in normal and hard and done very well with him because he does provide you a lot more than you think he does. It depends how you build him. If you've built him really slow and Stone Skin for Arena, he's not really viable for Hydra, right? But if you've built him a little bit faster and you've made him more of a PvE tank where you're running him around, 180 to 210 speed or something like that, he's entirely viable for Hydra. That AoE decrease attack is awesome. The shield is awesome. The sustain, the continuous heals give you some sustain for your team, which you don't get in a lot of places. Plus that shield, those are awesome. Plus his passive actually works sometimes. It's the head of Decay and the head of Torment both have single target attacks. And the head of Mischief has a single target attack. He's a slow boy for Arena, so he might not be so valuable here for sustain then. Yeah, for right now, I might skip over Ugo. I mean, I do think you should build Ugo, but I might go to this just to give you a cleanse for things like the provokes and the weakens that come out. And then you need to go hard-hitting damage on your last champion. And I do like Royal Guard. We're doubling up on slows a little bit there. but she might be the most redundant champion. Maybe we can pull her out and not worry too much about the slows for normal. And then just maybe go with somebody who's like a mid damage dealer, like, half and half. Let me just look at your Herndeg. Not book. Okay. Yeah, he might not be the best pick for that. Let's see. Let's pull Herndeg. Let's try somebody else. Who would be a good support here? We got heals, cleanses, veils, burn meter fill, increase attack. We've got slows. We've got a decreased defense. We've got a decreased attack. We've got a HP burn. We got a buff strip. Yeah, that's a good point. Royal Guard hits harder the higher level you go. That's true. Wukong is better higher up, I think. I think I would put him in the brutal team. I mean, ultimately, like we just need more teams, right? We just need to figure out more teams. So like, I mean, yeah, he would be great. Like you could do something like that. You could get an AoE HP burn out there. We have these other champions, so we could go ahead and say, okay, well, let's make this the Venus Cupidus team. And that would not be bad. Like now you've got AoE HP burns, right? You've got the hard-hitting Cupidus, the counterattacks from Cupidus. You've got the decreased defense and weaken from Venus. Like, that's not a bad combo. You could definitely do that. That feels good to me. I would probably do that. And yeah, you got a little bit of overlap here. You got 2 increased attacks and you got 2 decreased defenses. But otherwise, that's pretty clean, right? The only downside of this is maybe not having that extra provoke. Maybe not having a backup provoke for a Seeker. But we have so few provoke. Let's get a backup provoke. Let's go that way instead. Let's do this. We'll do this. We'll do Bogoth as the backup provoke or team provoke. Different affinity. And that's the sustain. We take out, we don't worry about the cleanse because we've got the block debuff buff. And then we'll just go damage. Yeah, you can. Yeah, let's just do that. Wow. Okay. Got to put somebody in the ball, right? I put all my dupes in the reserve vault. Like all my faction guardians are in my reserve vault. Unless they're built. And then they're my roster or my main vault. So then this would be Cupid. You have some flexibility here. You could certainly change around. Where did he go? Oh, I never got him. I never got him. Yeah, whoops. All right, so champion vaults. There he is. Okay. You have tons of flexibility here. You have so many good champions. So, you know, what is this team potentially missing? I think it's just a cleanse. I think that's really, or a block D. You have a block debuff buff. I think the only thing you're really missing is a cleanse. Your provokes aren't going to be perfect. This might, you know, miss occasionally. You'll probably want to, like, not manual, but maybe manual target. You have enough damage here that you should nuke through most heads pretty easily, even if Cupidus is off the board. You know, it's going to be a lot faster. It's going to be a lot faster. And now you think, okay, what does that leave me for team 2? And it's like, this is where it starts to become that challenge, like to think of all of the different things that you need, you know, for that team. You know, it's like, can I get all of it in there? Can I get enough of it in there? And the issue here might be a lack of speed. Like, you don't have a speed buff and you've only got 1 turn meter filler. But if you look at this team, you have speed, aura, turn meter fill, decreased defense, cleanse, strengthen, shield. Oh, you also have leech. Increase attack, ally protection, AoE slow, AoE provoke, another decrease. This is the decreased attack. Decreased attack, AoE HP burns, HP burn activations. Pure damage from this guy, plus he's got his own speed boost and crit damage boost, plus a decreased defense on his A1. Buff strip, block buffs, debuff, ignore defense, nuker. That's really good. If these champions are all decently fast, especially Vizix and Mithrala and Deacon, like, this is a very good team. For either one of these teams could do normal, and either one of these teams could probably do hard just fine. You know, the one downside of this A2 team, this new team number 5, is that the survivability is based in shields, which means, like, somebody like Rathalos might have to be in lifesteal. Somebody like Artak might have to be in regen. You know, that kind of thing. Like, the leech isn't going to be enough for this. But you could also, like, pull this duo out. You could say, no, we're not going to do that duo with this team, and you could get somebody in here who gives you a little bit more survivability. We don't have a reviver, right? So you could say, okay, I want to bring a reviver in with some healing. All right, that's going to be a slow, you know, another slow, do that, and then just not worry about that duo. You could even just do this, like, just pull Rathalos out for this. You still have a ton of damage here with Wukong and Artak. Or you go the other direction and you're like, you know, I'm going to go Ethos or I'm going to go Royal Guard here. You know, and you could do that. I don't love Scylla the Drakes in Hydra. I think she's actually subpar. But we don't have a ton of options for revivers. And this doesn't need an AoE revive, right? Like, this team doesn't need an AoE revive. The first team might, only because, like, both Venus and Cupidus might go down in the same round. Probably nobody else will. But in this particular team, right, like, pretty much everybody's going to survive. Wukong will revive himself. Ethos is the one you need to bring back, you know. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. Like, you know, you can see how many calculations there are. Certainly, I do think, you know, champions that you should think about building for future Hydra. Ugo is very near the top of the list. As far as epics are concerned, she is the most important epic you could build. The second most important epic I actually think you could build is probably Rector Drath. Because Rector Drath is like a mini Duchess, right? She gives you a perfect veil. She gives you heals, actually, which Duchess does not. She gives you a decreased attack on her A1, and then she gives you a single target revive. All of those things are very, very good for Hydra. She's one of the best epics for Hydra. Again, probably not Nightmare, maybe brutal, but probably more like hard or normal. So she's going to be very good in that spot. If you build her, you do this swap, and you get her in for Scylla of the Drakes, because she's much better than Scylla of the Drakes at the same job. Right, single target reviver, heals, but she also gives you that perfect veil. She gives you that decreased defense kind of thing, And that's what I should have done here. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I did make a mistake. My plan here was actually to bring in. He's not here. Was to bring in Shamail. Yeah, so this takes care of the Head of Torment. So you have your Provoke, you have your Hex, you have your Cleanse for the Head of Torment. You've got your 3 damage dealers, the block buffs, debuff, buff strip, decreased defense. You don't have a weaken, but that's fine. If you wanted, you could certainly pull, this spot is the flex spot. This spot is, who do you want to bring in? Maybe you bring in another utility damage dealer. Maybe you bring in something, but that's the biggest. This is your hardest hitter. This empty spot right here is your hardest hitter, or at least your most consistent damage. You could bring in Ninja. You could bring in Cupidus. You could bring in Herndeg. You could bring in Rathalos. You could bring in Artak. You could bring in a whole lot of people. But because of the way this team is set up, I thought that Ethos would be the best suited for that. And there you go. And then this still leaves crazy good champions for like a third team, like Shuzhen. Let's go here. This. You still have Artak. You still have Rathalos. You still have, you still have Ugo. You still have all these crazy champions that can get into like another team. Again, there's so many things to figure out, like how many, what combo works the best. I'm not saying this combo doesn't work. You've got too many of the same kind of champions. But what I'm saying is, like, you have more than 3 teams worth of champions. The question is simply, who do you want to invest in? Who do you think is the best combo? Where are you going to get value outside of Hydra for these champions? So like Venus and Cupidus are awesome together. They're also awesome together in other places. They're great in Arena. They're great in other, like, you can use them in wave content. They can be really good in a lot of places. Do you want to build them for all of that simultaneously, or are you just looking for Hydra champions? Ugo is good in other places, but she's awesome in Hydra. She's really like, okay, if I build her, I'm building her very specifically for Hydra. And if I get value in other places, awesome. But if I don't, who cares? Because she's so efficient at what she does. Like, just building an epic and getting that much value out of her in Hydra is worth it. So that's where I am. I'm sorry if this wasn't the best Hydra takeover of all time. Like, I get it. Like, I'm still also learning all this stuff. Like, I've been at it for a year trying to figure out Hydra. And I think the hardest thing about building teams is all of the moving parts. I will say this, though. One way to simplify the process is if you have a particular OP team. So I will say this, you have access, potentially you have access. Let me just double check it. Am I making a mistake here? No, you just like to keep good champions in your vault. You keep champions that you use in your vault, which I never do, which is a little bit weird for me. So you have access to potentially a Wixwell Yannicka team. That team is very hard to pull off, by the way. It's not easy to pull off. I thought it was easy to pull off. I watched a couple of videos on it. I'm like, it makes complete sense. I like the theory behind it, but actually mechanically pulling it off is harder than you think. But you have access to a Wixwell Yannicka combo. That team can do 1 billion damage. If you build that team, the champions you'll have to build that team out of are extremely specific. And what that does is it gives you, okay, this is my nightmare team or my brutal team or whatever level of team it's supposed to be. I don't actually know. And you're like, and those champions are gone because they're part of the Wixwell Yannicka build. And that simplifies your other 2 teams because now you can't use those champions. Do you know what I mean? And it gives you that one really OP team that can get 1 billion damage on something. So I can't build that for you. I'm not that guy. But if you want to go watch Nubkex, watch Tyraku, watch Bronco, watch somebody who's done videos on that, you could potentially maybe get yourself a Wixwell Yannicka team, which would just be insane. And it would save you headache. Like it would be its own headache, but it would save you the headache of worrying about all the things that we did today on the takeover, like who goes where, you know, how many, because it just, all right, those 6 champions are gone, and they're gone in order to get us 1 billion damage. You know, it is very demanding on gear. It's very demanding on you have to manual at least part of it. You have to manual the actual crux of it. So the idea behind, if you don't know what the team does, if like I'm just talking and people are like, I don't know what that team does. Let me see if we'll just go into the so Yannicka, who is a good nuker, by the way. She's not outstanding, but she's a good nuker. She has this skill. She removes shield buffs from targets if she's under a veil or perfect veil, then deals extra damage equal to 15% of the value of the removed shield. So she does extra value when she strips a shield off of the enemy. Does that make sense? Like, so she does her normal damage, and then she does 15% of the shield's value. So the way this team works is Wixwell puts a shield up, right? Puts a shield up. And then he starts growing that shield. So all of your champions have a shield. And he makes that shield bigger and bigger and bigger. Now remember that the head of mischief can steal buffs from your team. So what you do is you build a mischief tank who has enough resistance that their shield is never stolen. And the head of mischief just keeps attacking that mischief tank and doesn't get any buffs, doesn't get any buffs, doesn't get any buffs. And then by manipulating the number of debuffs on your team, on your different champions, you change the mischief target. You build a giant shield as super big. You build, 50 million shield or whatever. You change the target. Now the head of mischief steals your shield and spreads it to the team. So now the Hydra heads all have your massive shield on it. And then Yannicka comes along. Removes that shield and does 15% of the damage as extra, like 15% of that value of that shield is extra damage. So if you build a massive, massive shield, I don't know how big the shields get. I don't know exactly the multipliers, the way it all works. But on that one hit, on this one A3, she'll do 500 million damage or something. 300 million or 500 million damage. And then you just start the process again. And if you can get it to work a second time, you do. So basically, you do very little damage all the way along. And you don't do damage, and you don't do damage, and you don't do damage. Building shields, building shields, building shields. You swap the shields onto the Hydras. And then Yannicka just nukes the whole team for hundreds of millions of damage. That's the way it works. It's complicated to execute, and it takes really good gear, and it takes very specific champions. But you've got Wixwell and you've got Yannicka, and those are the two champions you can't do the team without. So if you wanted to go look it up and see if you could pull it off, go ahead. I have the champions. I have not yet really dived into it. I watched like 2 videos and I'm like, oh, I like the concept and potentially it'll be cool. There's also a chance it gets nerfed. We know that there's a chance of the Wixwell, shield nerf and Hydra coming in. So potentially you could put all this effort into building that team and then it doesn't exist anymore. So. Okay. So. Yannicka team is goated. I am at join the Discord and will be happy to see if you can set it up. Yeah, so if you want to talk to somebody who's, willing to help you set it up, that would be great. I have shot past my goal for today, and I've got to say, I'm toast. So I hope that the takeover was helpful to you, Fluffy. I appreciate you and our first winner, whose name I'm already like, wait a second, Zonde. I appreciate you and Zonde letting me tool around on your accounts. I always appreciate it. It is an expression of trust to hand over your account that you've put potentially thousands of hours and maybe tens of thousands of dollars into in some cases to a stranger. But I do appreciate it. And I hope that other people have learned from your examples today and what we've been able to do on your accounts. Definitely keep me updated. Let me know if there's anything here that you have questions about. If you find that something has been helpful and it results in some success, I love to hear those stories as well. It makes me feel good. And it also helps me to learn. So I appreciate all of that. Okay, so that is it for me today. Thanks for being here for my comeback, my back in the saddle takeovers. I'm not sure about next Tuesday. We'll see how I feel. Like I said, I have an MRI later this week. We're still doing treatment. So we'll have to see. And there's always the potential for a doctor's appointment. But if I'm feeling good next week, I'll try to put an announcement into either the Discord or maybe like in a video on Monday, just to let you know that I am doing it. For right now, I would like to be back every Tuesday. We'll see what happens. All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you being here. I'm done for today. I'll see you soon.